Hello! So, we are on the ground in Tachilek in southern Myanmar, and we are going to fly today in the live stream down through the middle of Thailand, down towards Photharam. So, if I show you on the map, we're going to take off from Tachilek up here on the border between Myanmar and Thailand. And we're going to fly down and follow this route. So I have got a lot of notes about the various places we're going to find along the way. So you can see it's going to take probably about 3 or 4 hours. But yeah, there'll be lots of interesting places to visit. So this will be good fun, hopefully. I haven't got any coffee yet, but I may go and grab some when we're en route in between some of the places. I think I'm going to need some. So we've got Say Intentions running in the background. It will be providing flight following along the way, because obviously we're going into unknown territory, so it would be really good to have some air traffic controllers helping us. We've got a co-pilot, Amanda, in the cockpit with us. So without further ado, let's go and jump in the aircraft. So the Cessna C208 from Black Square. I'm just going to check the volume levels before we go much further, just make sure I'm coming through okay. Yeah, it looks okay to me. So yeah, the Black Square C208, purely because we know it very well from previous flights. I've already refueled it, I've already serviced it, so we can just go through and start getting it ready for flights, which shouldn't take too long. So let's go and pop the yoke off and have a look. So we're going to go and turn the battery on to begin with. Okay, we have a warning, what switch is out of position? Let's go and have a look. That's all fine. Oh, I know why. So let's go to the payload, remove the chocks, the rudder, pitot covers, engine covers. And we'll put the yoke away for the tablet away for the moment. And now we'll go and turn it on. And why is it still making a whistling noise? Let's have a look outside. Interesting. Power it back down and have a check around the positions of everything. So bleed air is off. I'm just going to go and have a look around. I thought the airplane was in a good state, but it's complaining about something, isn't it? Oxygen is full and off. Parking brake is on. Just check all the breakers are in. They look like they are. Have we got external power is not connected? We shouldn't need it. We've got lots of fuel. Let's have a look at the engine state to make sure there's nothing untoward going on with it. No, that looks absolutely fine. Okay. And now we're okay. Maybe it was just the fuel switches overhead. Okay, so now we can go through and we don't need external power on. Fuel boost, we can go to normal. And avionics, we don't need avionics just yet. Standby, although saying that, it might be, no, we'll wait until we've got the engine up and running. Generator, don't need that yet. Ignition can go to norm, and starter, we can go to start. So we're going to watch the RPM climb. And then come over here, introduce the fuel, get the engine up and running. and have a look over here. That can go to standby for the moment. So avionics have come on. Let's go past the license screens on the guidance system. Okay, so we may have a little play with this actually. I think I've got RPM turned right down at the moment, which is good. So DME is switched on. I'm just checking around things as we go. So does this have a way of pulling in from SimBrief? I'm not sure that it does. Okay, so we have to go and put the flight plan in the right place for it. So there is a SimBrief downloader, isn't there? And we've got the latest flight plan, which is here. And then, have I already got it configured? There's the TDS. There it is, look. So if I export the selected flight plans, so that says it's done it. And then if we come back in here and we say import again, we should find one from VYTL. We have to come all the way back out to get it to find it. Menu, catalog, menu, import. Oh, delete, delete. Let's delete that as well. Menu, import. How do we get this to have another look? Or how do we get it to scroll is the even bigger question. Delete. Okay, so we may have to go and program it, which will be a bit of a pain, but let me just try this once more. So, flight plan, menu, catalog, menu, import, and it should see the flight plan. It's not going to see it, is it? That's rather frustrating, because that's reading the contents of a directory, which this should have put it into. So if we... I wonder if it just didn't export it. TDS, GTNXI, FPL, VYTL to VTPR. And this is just not refreshing, is it? And it's telling me something here. There's an update apparently to the TDS. Oh well, we'll go without an immediate flight plan, that's fine. We can program it along the way to save some time. Okay, so we've got the engine ticking over nice and slowly. We'll at least put in our initial leg into the system, so VTCN. Actually, what we could do, rather than having the fancy radio kit here, if we swap this out for the 530, we've got another way of doing this. It's a bit of a trick if you've never seen it done before. So we're going to go back to a GTN 530 and a KX155B. So there we go. We've got the really basic old Garmin. So then what we can do, this is a rather nice trick actually, we can go to planner.flightsimulator.com and click close, and then go to the route, and then we can go into LittleNavMap where we've copied the route. Flight plan, copy to the scratch pad. And now it might not work. We'll see. Save that. And it's worked. Oh, hello. It's got VTBH it doesn't know about. So where was VTBH? It's down at the far end of the flight plan by the look of it. So we'll go with what it's got and we'll save that. Actually, we could check out VTBH is sun. Okay, so to allow this to work, what we'll do is add a waypoint and remove that. Delete. And then copy that into the clipboard. And then go and replace this. So I've just basically put the waypoint in the right place and it's fine now. Look, it hasn't got any problems. It's a VFR flight plan. We'll save the route, save new plan. So then, because we're using the working title GNS 530, we can come in here, go to Flight Planner. We can go to the route page, open from the web, and the one we've just saved on the web is now available to us, and there it is. And then we can send that to the Avionics, and it's done it. Look, it's reprogrammed the entire route into there for us, which is absolutely fine. We can go and put this on the first page of the page group, which shows us the arc mode with all the nice distances and everything. That'll be really useful to us later. So let's go and calibrate the altimeter. And we are going VFR, so we'll leave the transponder as is for the moment. We'll keep an eye on the temperature. We may have to try and bring the temperature down in the cabin, but once we're at altitude we'll probably be okay. Fuel boost is norm, that's all good. Avionics is on. We should have had the beacon light on for starting the engine. We'll put the nav light on now. Seatbelt signs on, smoking, anti-smoking or non-smoking sign on. Taxi light on. I'm not sure if the airport we're at has a tower. Let's go and have a quick look. Oh, we do, 118.7. So put the yoke back on, put the yoke back on. Oh, we'll go down here as well while we're at it. We want to go and open the bleed air on and just double check some of this stuff. They're on low fans at the moment, that's fine. We don't want the heating on if we can help it. It's going to be a hot one, isn't it? So let's have a look at the map. Wind is coming out of the east 3 knots, that's nothing. So runway 04 probably. So we need to go over to, I can close the downloader now for SimBrief, I'm not going to use it. So we're going to go to the tower frequency, 118.7, that should have tuned it in over here for us, 1187, there we go. And we can talk to the tower. So we are November 95 Echo Juliet. Tower Cessna November 95 Echo Juliet requesting taxi to runway 04. Let's bring the engines or the propeller up to speed.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, runway 04, taxi at your discretion.
Taxi at our discretion to runway 04, November 95 Echo Juliet. So let's get the head tracking on. And flaps to takeoff position. Okay, should be fairly straightforward. So as I said, I have got I prepared a document using AI to help me do it. One of the advantages of my job is we really are out on the bleeding edge of using AI to do things. I work for a Microsoft partner in the daytime, and we are what you might call a frontier development company. So I have ways and means of doing things that we have learned that a lot of people don't know about. So just to give you an idea of what we're playing with here, if I go into
on runway
Visual Studio Code,
6,900 feet.
So here's what I generated using AI, and here's the plan. There's 27 pages of it. So it goes through, there's the route map we're flying, and there's the departure airport, and I can read all about this along the way. So I've got pages and pages of this stuff telling us all about all the different places we'll be visiting along the way. So I'm just going to pull that up alongside the browser here.
Skyline 0 Charlie X-ray ready to taxi to the active for VFR pattern work.
So I'll be able to bore you all to tears.
Skyline 0 Charlie X-ray taxi to runway 22
that's the
at
plan
your
anyway.
discretion.
So I'm just going to save that to my
Skyline 0 Charlie
documents.
X-ray.
Okay, so what can I tell you about this flight plan? Just before we get going then. So we're doing a VFR flight, departs from Tachilek, a border town on the Myanmar-Thailand frontier in the heart of the Golden Triangle, tracks southwest across the forested highlands of northern Thailand. The route descends through a chain of ancient provincial cities, Chiang Rai, Nan, Phrae and Sukhothai, before joining the broad architectural plain of the Chao Phraya River Valley. From there it follows the valley south through, I'm going to get these names horrendously wrong, Phitsanulok and Nakhon Sawan, sweeps around the great capital of Bangkok and finishes at Photharam, in the Ratchaburi province. Flight is planned at about 8,000 feet for some of the parts of it, but it'll be lower for most of it. 500 miles altogether, or just over. About 3.5 hours. Probably a bit longer with me messing around doing things. We'll see how we get on. So, where are we taking off from? We are taking off from Tachilek. Tachilek, small border town in the Shan state in Myanmar, sitting on the eastern bank of the Roak River, directly opposite the Thai town of Mai Sai. The two towns are linked by the Thai-Myanmar Friendship Bridge, and the crossing is one of the busiest overland border points between the two countries. So we'll go look for that. It's a trading post, this town. So yeah, they trade gemstones, jade, textiles, and also obviously consumer goods. So let's go get in the air. We'll bring the propeller up to speed. Hold on the toe brakes for a second. Let's just make sure the engine's happy. Why are we getting a warning? I get it, we're going a little bit slowly, but I'm doing that on purpose so we get to see some of the scenery. I know we're heavy because we have a lot of fuel. So we're going to let the aeroplane straighten out for a while. So there's the airfield that we've just taken off from. Okay, let's go and have a look at the map. We're going to go and fly directly south over. We're going to go look for this bridge, the Friendship Bridge, which I'm guessing is not going to be too difficult to spot. So if we fly the river between the two sides of the city,
Approaching runway 22. Caution! Caution!
Okay, so what I'm hoping to do is turn and then follow the river to hopefully find the bridge. Hopefully it's modelled. Flight Simulator is usually quite good with this sort of thing. So this is right through the middle of this is the border between Myanmar and Thailand. So there's the waterway. So where's the Friendship Bridge? And have we already gone over it? That might be it there. I think it probably is actually. Anyway, let's go. We're going back towards our trek, which was almost a happy accident. We've still got the ignition on, by the way. Let's go, and I must have turned that on by accident earlier. We didn't need that after 50%. Hopefully we haven't damaged the engine by leaving the ignition on. So yeah, the temperature has come down just by letting some air through the cabin, which is good, because we're going to be at this sort of altitude for most of the flight. As you can see, the weather is going to throw probably cats and dogs at us along the way. But we'll deal with it as we need to. Tower, Cessna, Cessna, what was our call sign? 95 Echo Juliet, leaving your airspace to the south.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, Roger, 9 or 5 Echo Juliet.
So, let's get this going on autopilot for a few minutes. So we've got a roll hold on. And we are currently coming up to 3,000 feet. So if we go and set 3,000. And we'll set heading mode as well, but we'll get the heading going the direction we're going first. Unfortunately, there's no quick way of doing this. You just have to wait for the marker to come around the edge of the HSI. Okay, then we got heading mode. How's the engine looking? Propeller RPM is good. We're not putting much power down at the moment. We can afford a bit more. We have a message. That's fine. We can go and put the radar on now. And obviously it's picking up some radar. It's at 60 miles at the moment. Let's bring that down a bit, shall we? So range downwards. 40 mile range. Do we need that far? No. 20 mile range will do. Obviously it's going to pick up these showers in front of us. They're not too bad. We never put landing lights on, did we, to take off? That was a bit naughty. Strobe light should be on as well. Breaking all sorts of rules today. Pitot heat really needs to go on, even though it's hot outside, and the stall heat. Okay, so we're on our way. It's going to be a long one, isn't it? Should we go and tune in some radio beacons to play with along the way? So there's one at our first port of call. Although we're only going to overfly this airfield because it's far too big for us to be landing at. So 11650 is the local VOR. Switch that over to active and change the CDI mode because we're in heading mode, it doesn't really matter. Change the course around to point towards the VOR. We should get DME working. Yes, it's working, it's counting down. Look, 20 miles to run. Bring the course on the HSI round to point the direction we're going. You can see we're pretty much dead on. A little bit off to the right, which is what we're seeing on the GPS anyway. Okay. So, do we have a... Actually, let's go to center now, because we're going to be using flight following, because obviously we don't really know where we're going. Not been here before. So we're going to change to center frequency. Okay, so Center Cessna 905 Echo Juliet with you 3,000 feet, requesting flight following. They're going to ask where we are.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, squawk 5271 and ident.
They should pick that up pretty much immediately. Here comes the rain.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, radar contact 17 south of Tachilek at 3,000 feet. Tachilek QNH 1008.
QNH 1008, November 95 Echo Juliet. So let's just check what we have got on our... Yeah, we've got about 1008 on our altimeter, which is good. It is getting colder in the cockpit. It's dropped down to 16. That's this rain showers, isn't it?
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, contact Bangkok, control on 124.5.
Contacting Bangkok Control 124.5 Echo Juliet. Bangkok Control, Cessna November 905 Echo Juliet with you at 3,000 feet.
Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, Bangkok Control, good morning, Tachilek QNH 1008.
QNH 1008, 905 Echo Juliet. So, taxi light can come off. Although it's recognition light as well, I'm going to leave it on because this weather's so appalling. Now you will notice we're flying along and the trim here is off to one side. That's the torque of the engine doing that. So what you need to do is go and roll this wheel to pull it into the middle. So we're trimming to the right. The engine is trying to pull the aeroplane to the left. And that is the cause in this aeroplane of one tank of fuel emptying before the other. So we're just going to put the bubble in the middle by trimming the rudder, and it will stop one wing tank emptying before the other. Because it stops the aeroplane being tilted over the whole time. Okay, 11 miles to run. Let's go and increase the range on this, shall we? So we can see our next airport coming. We really don't want to be stopping there though, because it's an international airport, so we're going to deviate around it. Okay, so let's go and start turning right now. Let's just check on here. What is the uncontrolled controlled IFR 2,000 to 11,000? So yeah, we oughtn't to be in here. Let's go and get rid of, or put ourselves on a vector that will get us back out of their airspace.
Thai Air Asia 4104, contact Bangkok Control on 124.5.
We're going to fly around the outside.
124.5 for Thai Air Asia 4104. Good day.
Because we have no business going across an international airport. So this first place that we're passing here is Chiang Rai International Airport at Mae Pha Luang. So Chiang Rai is Thailand's northernmost major city, set in a broad valley of the Kok River at around 1,300 feet above sea level. and start turning us gently. The province bears the same name and shares borders with both Myanmar and Laos. The city was founded in 1262 by King Mengrai as the first capital of the Lanna Kingdom before the royal seat was moved to Chiang Mai. It has grown into a prosperous regional centre celebrated for its proximity to the Golden Triangle, its hill tribe communities, and a remarkable concentration of contemporary temple architecture.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, what's your final?
I'm just going to straighten us out a bit more, and then we'll talk to him. Our final today is Photharam, just southwest of Bangkok, but we are flying cross country together.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, roger. Amending your destination to VTSP.
That's wrong. Anyway. So what else does it say about this place that we're just passing by? It's over there. The most photographed structure in the province is Wat Rong Akun, the White Temple, a dazzling contemporary creation by artist Chalaramchai Kosit Pipat that blends traditional Buddhist form with surrealist imagery. Every surface gleams with white plaster embedded with mirror glass, producing an effect of otherworldly brilliance in the midday sun. Nearby, the Blue Temple, Wat Rong Sun Ten, offers an equally vivid contrast in cobalt and azure. But beyond temples, Chiang Rai serves as the principal gateway to the Golden Triangle, where visitors can take boat trips along the Mekong to the junctions of the three nations. So why do they call it the Golden Triangle? Let's have a look on the map. So you've got, it's this here, isn't it, they're talking about? So you've got the junction of Laos, Myanmar, and Thailand. I'm guessing that's what it must refer to. There's a couple of aeroplanes nearby, one at 5,000 feet. There's a 737 just coming into Chiang Rai International behind us. Okay, let's bring our heading round so we don't slam into any hills. So I'm being asked in the live stream, do I happen to know when the Cessna Caravan will release on the marketplace? I'm afraid. I haven't got a clue. I don't really pay too much attention to the Flight Sim Press. I check two websites to know what's coming out. FS Elite and MSFS add-ons. Those two websites between them tend to keep me up to date with what's going on. I'm hopefully going to be meeting the guys from FS Elite at the Flight Sim Expo in Minneapolis. So if you didn't know, I'm going to Flight Sim Expo. I've mentioned it a couple of times on the stream now.
Yangon Center, Dynasty 851, flight level 230.
Dynasty 851, radar contact. Dynasty 851, contact Bangkok Control on 124.5.
We are going from this VOR and we want to be on a track of 144 degrees. So
terrain ahead. Terrain ahead.
Let's go do that. 144 is...
Terrain ahead. Terrain ahead.
About there. So when we see the CDI come in, we'll know we're on the correct radial. And we can see, we know about the terrain. We saw it earlier. The airplane's being nice and telling us all about it. I wonder if I've got a flight plan in SimBrief, so I don't really want to have to read this flight plan out to them. I'm just wondering about going over to an IFR flight plan. No, we'll stay VFR. It's more fun for this sort of thing, anyway. Otherwise, we have to keep doing deviations from the flight plan for touch and goes and things like that. If we just VFR, we can jump from the center frequency over to the tower along the way. So the next airfield we're going to be coming towards, we're going to do a touch and go at, which is at Nan. And if you go and have a look, yeah, it's got a tower, look, 118550. It's not going to be for a little while yet, though. Okay, let's turn the sectors back off. While we're flying along, just to keep it interesting, let's go into the settings of Say Intentions and go and put the tour guide in the cockpit with us so we can ask her along the way.
Yangon Center, Ava 257, flight level 230.
Eva 257, radar contact.
So we're going to put Sarah into intercom port 2 on the cockpit audio panel. So then if we go back to here and minimize that, I can then go and ask Sarah. Hi Sarah, what can you tell us about this part of the world? Hopefully her pronunciation's better than mine.
We're currently flying over northern Thailand, a region known for its lush mountains, winding rivers, and a mix of Thai and hill tribe cultures. It's a favorite for adventurers and anyone who loves dramatic landscapes.
Sarah, in my notes there are many references to the Golden Triangle. What does it mean?
The Golden Triangle refers to the area where the borders of Thailand, Laos, and Myanmar meet. It's famous for its history as a major opium-producing region.
There we go. So I was right. Whoa, it's got some turbulence kicking off of these hills, haven't we? What's the weather looking like? So the little marker up here in LittleNavMap tells you what the airplane is experiencing. So we've got 15 knots. There's another airplane going broadly the same route as us. He's coming up for 8,000 feet. Oh, he's slowly climbing. We're staying fairly low, so he's up there somewhere.
Eva 257, contact Bangkok control on 124.5.
124.5 for Eva 257.
So we have someone else in the live stream going to Minnesota for the Flight Sim Expo. Yeah, look forward to meeting as many as I can. So if you are going, do let me know.
Dynasty 851, contact Bangkok control on 124.5.
124.5, see ya, Dynasty 851.
Yeah, we'll all have to go out for a drink at some point, won't we, while we're there. It'd be good fun. I become paranoid after a while on these long journeys. I end up looking at the engines and making sure all the temperatures are okay, and so fuel is still, we're eating more out of the right tank. That may have been just from those few minutes before I straightened the rudder up though. So let's turn the right tank off for a bit and just use the left tank and let it catch up. And then hopefully from then on we should be good as long as we keep the rudder trimmed.
Dynasty 851 contact Bangkok control on 124.5.
124.5 for Dynasty 851.
Let's have a look. So this is on the GPS, it's saying distance is 66 miles to the next waypoint. About 28 minutes. That gives me enough time to go make a coffee, doesn't it? And we will be doing a touch and go at the next airfield, so should be good. So we're doing 140 knots. We could probably push on a little bit more. I just don't want to kill the engine, that's all. Okay, so the CDI is coming in. So we want to be on the 144 degree radial. We can fly towards the Nan VOR. What sort of range does it have? 130 miles, yeah, that's fine. So 11570. So we now have 11570 tuned in. And you can see we're almost on top of it already, so let's go and turn. One thing that's quite nice in the Black Square aircraft is it does simulate the loss of radio signal, and obviously the further away you are from a beacon, the more variable the course direction indicator is going to be. Course deviation indicator, I mean, sorry. So yeah, you can see it's wandering. Look at that. So we are bearing down on Nan.
EVA 257, contact Bangkok control on 124.5.
And I can tell you a bit about where we're going.
124.5 for EVA 257, good day.
So we'll just sit us up over the instruments. And let's find out about Nan Airport, Nan Province.
Control on 124.5.
So Nan Province is one of the most remote and least visited provinces in northern Thailand, tucked into a high mountain valley near the Laotian border. The Nan River rises in the mountains to the north, flows through the length of the province and continues south to eventually form part of the Chao Phraya system, or Phrae system. The provincial capital, also called Nan, sits on the river at about 700 feet above sea level and retains an unhurried traditional character, largely untouched by the mass tourism that has transformed Chiang Mai and Chiang Rai. Nan has a long and distinct history. For much of the medieval period, it was the seat of the independent Nan Kingdom, which maintained a degree of autonomy under both Sukhothai and
257, contact Bangkok control on 124.5.
and Ayutthaya rule,
for EVA 257, good day.
before eventually coming under Lana influence. The most celebrated site in the city is Wat Phu Min, a temple dating from 1596, whose interior murals painted in the late 19th century are considered masterpieces of northern Thai folk art. Unusually for devotional paintings, the murals document scenes from everyday life, including the arrival of early European merchants, making them as much a social history as a religious artwork. Outside of the city, the Doi Phu Kar National Park protects the province's remaining high-altitude forests and is home to the rare Chomfu Phu Kar tree, whose pink blossoms appear only in January and February at elevations above 2,000 meters. So there we go. Now we know all about that area. So yeah, I can see comments in the live stream about having a few drinks at Flight Sim Expo. I'm rubbish at drinking because I just don't very much anymore. When I was younger, I was okay.
Bangkok control on 124.5.
124.5 for EVA 257.
So yeah, I'm kind of my family joke about me being Jonathan 2 beers. So we've got 50 miles to run. I'm going to get us some altitude along the way, because you can see obviously in the distance there are hills, and it would be better to climb now than later. So let's take ourselves up to 6,000 feet. We have got flight following, but we're still VFR, so we should be okay. I'm going to, well, actually no, 8,000, let's go. So altitude, we'll just let them know. We're talking to Bangkok Control, aren't we? Yeah. Bangkok Control, the Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, climbing to 8,000 feet to avoid mountains and hills. There is although we got rid of the TDS GTN 750, we can come into here, and if I remember how to do it, it has got, yeah, terrain mode, which is quite cool. So if we zoom out, you can see anything that's higher than your current altitude will show up. It's also got, again, which is worth having, is ADS-B, which is the traffic reporting, so we could be able to see traffic on the displays. So if we put the cursor on and turn it on and press enter, and then get rid of the cursor and then increase the range, there's nothing nearby, but the traffic should appear on other pages as well. Okay, slowly climbing. The temperature's obviously going to drop in the cockpit as we climb, so we ought to go deal with that. We've got bleed air on. We'll put this on to turn the aircon off, but turn the temperature up, and hopefully see that come up more closer to sort of 20 degrees. It's a bit chilly in here at the moment. Yeah, look, it's climbing already. Just need to keep an eye on it and make sure we don't go and cook the crew. So coming up to 4,000 feet. So just in case they do call us on the radio, I'm going to ask Amanda to look after the radio until I'm back in the cockpit. It's worth pointing out, Say Intentions have got a new feature, I've not tried it yet, where they can use the webcam on your computer to keep an eye on you. So I think it's actually switched on right now because my webcam's got a little light on it. What it will do is detect if you walk away. So if an ATC does call you, the co-pilot will take over. So they'll do it automatically just based on you not being present. I think that's awesome. So yeah, they're knocking it out of the park at the moment, aren't they? With some of the features they're adding. Anyway, I'm going to ask Amanda, just because I like the to and fro of doing these things. Hi Amanda, can you take over radio communications for a while?
I'm only rated to handle IFR-related comms for now, Jonathan.
Oh, of course.
You'll need to keep handling the VFR comms.
Should we try and switch to an IFR
Area
flight plan?
3435, contact Bangkok Control on 124.5.
Oh, it's going to be a real pain though, because I'm going to have to tell them all of it, aren't I?
3435, see ya.
Let's ask Bangkok if they can... Actually, we could ask the Mentor as well. Let's ask Bangkok. We did file a VFR. Can we just switch it to an IFR? Bangkok Control, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. We originally filed a VFR flight plan. Can we switch that to an IFR flight plan?
I'm working on that clearance. Stand by. Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, roger. I am working on that clearance. Stand by.
Brilliant. Let's see what happens. Because I did let the controllers know before this live stream started what I was doing. So he's obviously having to go and find my VFR flight plan and see if it's okay. He'd probably go and introduce some altitude changes to it, I would imagine. I think it was about 8,500 feet if it was going to be IFR, because of these hills. Let's see if they've come back in here. No, they haven't. Might take them a while. I'll chase them up in a moment and say ask them if there's any news with my flight plan. We'll give it a few minutes. Bangkok Control, any news with that flight plan? Cessna 905 Echo Juliet.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, still working on your IFR clearance. Stand by.
It's taking them a while, isn't it? They're probably thinking, how far is he going?
Yangon Center, Mentary 504, flight level 250.
Mentary 504, radar contact.
It really is quite remote out here, isn't it? There's not much in the way of settlements. It's the odd house here and there, and tiny villages, but nothing big.
Mentary 504, contact Bangkok Control on 132.1.
132.1, mentally 504, thanks.
Excuse me. That was the 1,000 feet beep. We're 1,000 feet away from our target altitude. You can see why they wanted the altitude. Look, these peaks over to the left are the same altitude as us, or within a few hundred feet of us. Okay, so we're approaching Nan, which is in this a valley in between the mountains. The elevation at Nan is 687 feet, so we're going to lose all of our height descending down into here to do a touch and go, and then climb back out again to get over towards Phrae. I have got Navigraph with me as well, so here we go.
Mentary 504, contact Bangkok control on 132.1.
132.1, see, Mentary 504.
Bangkok Air 241, contact Bangkok control on 124.5.
124.5 for Bangkok Air 241. Good day.
Bangkok Control, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. Any news on that IFR clearance?
I'm working on that clearance. Stand by.
Don't think you are. If they can't.
5 Echo Juliet, this flight plan is VFR. I can't use it for IFR.
95 Echo Juliet, can you change it to an IFR flight plan?
I'm working on that clearance. Stand by. Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, this flight plan is VFR. I can't use it for IFR.
Okay. Copy that, 905 Echo Juliet. Okay, we're not doing that then. That's a shame. I mean, I could tell them the waypoints. Shall we do it? I'll use LittleNavMap because it's easier to see the waypoints along the way. Let's try it. Bangkok Control and Cessna 905 Echo Juliet would like to file an IFR flight plan. I will now read the waypoints for the flight plan. We are going to go via Victor Tango Charlie November, then Victor Tango Charlie Papa, then Victor Tango Papa Oscar, then Papa Sierra Lima, then Victor Tango Papa November, then Victor Tango Papa India, then Victor Tango Bravo Hotel, then Victor Tango Oscar November, then Victor Tango Sierra Uniform, and finally Victor Tango Papa Romeo. Let's see what, that's a proper stress test. Let's see what happens. So we need to start descending. Did it read it all? I don't think it did. Let's try that again. It probably has a limit on how long you can read for. Bangkok Control, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. We would like to file a IFR flight plan. First to Victor Tango Charlie November, then Victor Tango Charlie Papa, then Victor Tango Papa Oscar, then Papa Sierra Lima, then Victor Tango Papa November, then Tango Kilo Lima, then let's see how you get on with that.
I'll have your clearance in just a second.
It's going to do it. So that's going to take us as far as Victor Tango Papa November, and then we'll file the rest.
5 Echo Juliet, this flight plan is VFR. I can't use it for IFR.
He's not going to let us do it, is he? We need to increase that to 3,000 feet at least. Bangkok Control, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. We need to switch to an IFR flight plan. Can I read it to you?
Clearance on request. Stand by. Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, this flight plan is VFR. I can't use it for IFR.
I wonder if once we land at Nan, if we can get clearance from the tower. We'll do it that way. That's the easiest way. So let's switch over to Nan Tower, which was, oh, and I've managed to go and close the comm radio tab. 118550. Tower, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, approaching from the northwest, requesting touch and go. Let's see if it's on here. Nan, Tower 11855. And we've got 118. We've got 50, not 55. That's why. That's why they're not reading us. Tower, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, approaching from the northwest, 3,000 feet, requesting full stop landing. Let's go for this full stop so then we can file our clearance.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, join left downwind, runway 02, report downwind.
Left downwind, runway 02, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. So we want to turn right immediately, basically. So let's go and cancel autopilot. And sit up in our seat. There's the runway.
Approaching runway 20. Caution! Caution!
Landing lights on. Dropping the flaps. Well, all the game I'm playing here, we're going to taxi in, let the engine stay running, get clearance while we're on the ground at the airport from the tower, and then they'll be able to carry on as per normal.
$500. Sync rate.
Approaching runway 2.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, welcome to Nan. Taxi to stand parking 3 via Alpha Monitor. This frequency.
Taxi to Alpha 3, November 5, November 905 Echo Juliet. I'll get it right eventually.
Approaching runway 2.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, cross runway 02.
Yeah, we already did that. So we're not planning on sticking around. Let's just stay here. Okay, so the easiest way to do this will be to come back into here, chop everything out in front of Nan, flight plan, copy flight plan, go into SimBrief, edit the flight, and we are now flying from VTCN. Use the current time, your current time, blah, 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 blah. Yes. So we're taking off VTCN now. And we're going to go IFR. And we're going to paste this route in. Analyze route. And it's valid. Generate. The reason we're doing this is because Say Intentions needed it for the IFR, for it to pick it up from clearance. So then we probably want 8,500 feet though, don't we? So let's edit that again, because it had an altitude set. So 8,500. Generate. It's still warning about altitude, but we won't worry too much about that. Okay, so then in Say Intentions you can do a new flight, and it will reboot based on where we are. From Nan Airport, and we can go and request clearance. First of all, we'll go and get ATIS though. Have they got ATIS here? No, they haven't, funnily enough. So we're going to forego that and just ask for clearance. Tower, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, requesting clearance as filed through to Photharam.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, cleared to Photharam by Omni departure, runway 20, maintain VFR, report ready for departure.
They're not going to do it, are they? Negative. We are requesting IFR clearance through to Photharam as filed. 905 Echo Juliet.
I'll have your clearance in just a second.
There we go. It's doing it.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, information A is current. Cleared to Photharam. After departure, fly radar vectors VTCP, then as filed. Runway 20, initial climb to 4,000, departure on 120.25, squawk 1614.
Information Alpha is current. Cleared to Photharam. After departure, fly radar vectors of Victor Tango, Charlie Papa, then as filed. Runway 20, initial climb 4,000 feet, departure 120.25, squawk 1614, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, read back correct.
So there's a squawk done. And they want us to fly to VTCP. Yeah, Phrae. Which is good. That's what we were expecting. So they want us to depart runway 20. So looking on here, we need to taxi back out. Tower, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, requesting a taxi, runway 20.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, runway 20, taxi via Alpha.
Taxi via Alpha, runway 20, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. So we should be able to just taxi all the way along here. So double back on ourselves to the left. And follow the taxiway. And we now have IFR clearance, so we can get Amanda to take care of radio comms, which was the end game. So I can go and have a coffee and not worry. We will be deviating from the IFR flight plan to go and do touch and goes along the way, but that's fine. They will allow us to do that. Oh, just reading the live stream comments. So I may have been able to get away with it by, while I was in the air, by asking to file a new flight plan, not to change the existing one. Maybe that's the trick. I'll have to try that next time.
Approaching runway 20.
Tower, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, holding short, runway 20.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, runway 20, winds calm, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, 905 Echo Juliet. So full RPM on the propeller. Flaps are set for takeoff.
On runway 20 remaining. 5,900 feet.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, contact NAN departure on 120.25.
Contacting NAN departure 120.25, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. NAN departure, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, departing NAN, joining filed route to Victor Tango Charlie Papa. I'm just looping around to have a look at the airport before we join the route.
Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, NAN departure, radar contact.
Climb 4,000, turn left, heading 225, vectors to VTCP, then on course.
Climb 4,000 feet, then turn left 225 degrees to VTCP, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. We're nearly there anyway. So what we can do now is go autopilot on, and we'll turn the head tracking off for a moment. We'll say vertical speed 500 feet a minute, and then we'll go nav mode, and we'll change this to GPS mode. Because it's going the wrong way. Oh yeah, it's too late for it, look. Let's go and fix it. Let's break the autopilot lock. Notice the CDI on the HSI, or the course, sorry, never points the right way. It's not automatic. So we're going to go and put it roughly the right direction. Go. Yeah, that's aileron trim that I'm just meddling with there. Autopilot, nav. And because we're on a intercept course, it will do it automatically. So it's going to climb up to 4,000 feet, hopefully then capture the... Yeah, you can do it. You can see it's doing it. Should level out at 4,000. So flaps are up. Landing lights can come back off now. And there we go. It's winding out the vertical speed.
Echo Juliet, contact Bangkok, control on 126.5.
Contacting Bangkok control 126.5, Cessna November 95 Echo Juliet. Bangkok control, Cessna November 905 Echo Juliet with you, 4,000 feet, departing Nan as filed.
Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, Bangkok control identified. Good morning, QNH 1008.
QNH 1008, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. Let's go and double check that. It's a little bit out. It's more like there, isn't it? Can we get to this one as well? Okay, so now we can do this. Hi Amanda, can you help me with radio comms now?
Sure, Jonathan. I'll handle the radio comms from now on.
Hooray! So we've got a fairly long leg ahead of us, 46 miles until the next airport, which is we're departing Nan. We're on our way now to Phrae, and as you can see here on the map, we're up at 4,500 feet, so we should be fairly clear of the hills in the middle until we get to Phrae. So I will leave you in Amanda's capable hands. Oh, we're getting a bit warm in the cockpit. Let's go and turn the heating down again. I will leave you in Amanda's capable hands for a few minutes while I go and make a coffee. I'll leave you on the outside view. And we'll go Windows, open window layout, minimal. We'll go into taskbar and put this on automatically hide. Put this up in the corner of the screen so you can see where we are. I'll be back in a minute.
Bangkok Control, Thai 104, flight level 200. Thai 104, radar contact. Bangkok Control, Thai Air Asia 3542, flight level 180.
Thai Air Asia 3542, radar contact.
Okay, I'm back. I have coffee. Hurrah! So we don't have any new communication to worry about. Hi Amanda, I'll take over radio comms now.
Alright, Jonathan, you're in charge of the radio comms now.
We have a message. It's just about the profile, that's all.
Nokia 124, descend and maintain flight level 180. Cleared for the PMAM 2 Alpha arrival into Chiang Mai.
Down to flight level 180. Cleared for the PMAM 2 Alpha arrival into Chiang Mai Nok Air 124.
So we're heading to Phrae. What can I tell you about Phrae Airport? Phrae is a small provincial capital in lower northern Thailand, situated on the Wang River, about 100 kilometers south of Nan. The province was historically one of the ancient Lana Muang city-states that maintained semi-autonomy under successive Thai kingdoms. The old city retains sections of its original moat and earthen ramparts, and a number of fine traditional teak houses survive within the old town, silent testimony to an era when Phrae was an important centre of the teak logging industry that once dominated northern Thailand's economy.
5VChet 102, radar contacts.
The province's most iconic cultural product is its Mohom cloth, a distinctive indigo-dyed cotton,
I-104, so long.
traditionally worn as workwear by farmers and rural labourers. The deep blue garments have become a symbol of northern Thai identity and are now widely sold as artisanal souvenirs throughout the country. The finest surviving examples of traditional teak architecture are concentrated in Vongburi House, a two-storey carved mansion built around 1897, and in the nearby Chowlang Phrae House, which now serves as a provincial museum. Wat Chom Sawan and Wat Loang are among the province's older temples, their spires displaying the Shan Tai Yai architectural style characteristic of the region. Dropping down from the northern highlands on approach, the Wang River valley opens wide below. Its flat floor of rice paddies and market gardens are marked contrast to the forested slopes on either side.
323 contact Yangon Center on 127.75.
Over to Yangon Center on 127.
So let's go and have a look at that.
Air 223.
So we are...
Descend and maintain flight level 170. Cleared for the Nakhon 3 Alpha arrival into Don Muang. Out of current altitude for flight level 170. Cleared for the Nakhon 3 Alpha arrival into Don Muang, Mentari 507.
So we need to find out the open window layout, default. Coming in towards Phrae. Have we got it on? Yeah, we have. So we can switch over to tower. We are about 15 miles out. Bangkok Control, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. We are going to go do a touch and go at Phrae. We will be back with you shortly.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, Phrae, touch and go noted. Contact me when back.
Okay, so we're going to switch over to Phrae Tower. Phrae Tower, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, approaching from the northeast, requesting touch and go.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, winds calm, runway 01, cleared for touch and go.
Cleared for touch and go, runway 01, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. So we will go left pattern around the airfield and call downwind when we are downwind for 01. Then we get to have a look at the town as well. So what we'll do is go heading mode on the autopilot. I'm going to turn right to 240 degrees for a while so we can come in from that side of the town. Okay, heading mode. So 4,000 feet at the moment. Altitude of the airfield is 500 feet. So we want to be down to 1,500 feet ideally. So let's start doing that now. So altitude. .500 feet a minute. And we're on our way down. Here, look, we're just coming around. So runway is almost north-south. Okay, so we have somebody saying hello from Sweden. You will have noticed when I'm doing live streams, I will very rarely read people's names out. It's because I don't like reading out fun call signs. If you've got your name there, I will happily read it out. If you've got some mixture of words, like, I don't know, whatever it happens to be, I'm not going to make something up. But yeah, I will very, very rarely read out the more obtuse names, let's put it that way. If it's got, you know, whatever your name is, then I'm very much more likely to read your name out. I think part of it, call me old and boring now, but yeah, when I was young, when I was a teenager, maybe I would have done the same thing and have had some username that was, I don't know, Captain Slaughter or whatever it happens to be. Or, you know, Jet Pilot Jim or whatever it is. But I think there's value in your identity. And I keep telling my kids this, that, you know, that don't, you must protect your identity and you must use it because you are the only one of you, and it has cachet, being known for who you are. It's the most important thing you have. It has agency. That's a better word. So you can see there's the runway. So we're going to turn to 19 degrees very shortly. I'm just going to give ourselves enough room to turn on the other end of the circuit. So we're just coming down to... What else did we ask for? Is it 1,500? That seems incredibly low. Okay, let's come off the autopilot. I'll fly it now. Start to get the speed under control.
9. Caution, caution.
Landing lights on. And when we are adjacent to the runway, we'll call tower and tell them we're downwind for touch and go. Runway 01, wasn't it? They gave us permission for, yeah. Phrae Tower, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, downwind for touch and go, runway 01. Interesting, they didn't read back. Wonder why.
$500.
Approaching runway 1. Caution, caution.
I always forget that. I just rubbed my eye and forgot that if my hand goes in front of my face, I'll do it again, look, it makes the eye tracking go bananas. Okay, flaps up. Landing lights off. And we're on our way again. So we're going to depart their airspace to the south. So we'll just orbit the airfield again.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, contact Phrae departure on 120.25.
Contacting Phrae departure 120.25 Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. Phrae departure Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, orbiting the airfield, preparing to depart your airspace to the south.
Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, Phrae departure, radar contact. Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, continue orbit, report ready to depart south.
Copy that. We'll continue en route. We'll let you know when we are departing to the south. 905 Echo Juliet. Which is not going to be very long at all. So let's go and straighten up our heading bar the direction we're going. Trim the airplane out.
Approaching runway
And
1,
go and set
Caution,
4,000. And then tell it, whoops. Tell the altitude or the airplane how to get there, so 500 feet a minute. Okay. So we're leaving Phrae behind on our way now. Further south, only a short route, so short leg, 60 miles down to Sukhothai. I'll tell you all about Sukhothai as soon as we've cleared up the air traffic services calls. Phrae departures, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, leaving your airspace to the south.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, radar contact, squawk unchanged.
Squawk unchanged, Echo Juliet. So we're going to switch over to centre again. Bangkok. Control Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, back with you, climbing to 4,000 feet.
Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, Bangkok control identified. Good afternoon, QNH 1009er.
QNH 1009er, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. Let's go and check that. This is slightly out. And I'll do this one as well. I always roll it the wrong way. Don't know why. So we're back on our way. Open the engine up. Just keeping an eye on the RPMs and temperatures. It's all looking okay. We let the fuel burn down a lot on the left tank earlier, so I've turned the right tank on and the left tank off for a while. To be honest, I forgot. No excuses. So we'll wait for it to level up. Let's have a look at the rudder trim. It's fairly good. Okay, so we're flying alongside our track on the GPS, which is fine. So I'm being asked in the live stream, are you going to fly to Singapore? A really nice place. I lived there for 7 years. Well, let's have a look on the map. I haven't really planned ahead further than the end of the next leg, so today will take us down to have a look around Bangkok eventually, and then we'll go and park our aeroplane out at this little provincial airfield to the west of Bangkok. But you can see we've got a fair few legs to do before we get there. I was thinking we would carry on down through Thailand, then Malaysia, and then probably go along the island chain. So down through Java and Bali, Timor. I don't know whether to carry on that far or go across to Indonesia, because it makes the water crossings smaller, unless we cut Java out and go straight across to Borneo. Obviously then down through Papua New Guinea, down the coast of Australia, and then out across the islands as far as we can get before we do a huge leg over the water. So there's going to be a few huge legs, but yeah, some of these are great, aren't they? Look, there's a runway there on a sandbank in the middle of the ocean. And then we pick up the coast of South America and fly up through Chile, Bolivia, Brazil. We may stay on the coast. Up through the coast of South America up here, so through Guatemala and Cuba, Florida, up the east coast of the US, Newfoundland, then over to Greenland, Iceland, and back home. Obviously that's a long way away yet. At the moment we're still pootling down through Asia, sort of, but anywhere between 250 to sort of 500 miles on a given leg. It's funny, I was talking to somebody the other day about how much my geography has improved since I've been messing around with simulators. It's ridiculous, really. When I do pub quizzes now, everyone turns to me to know what city's near where. It's like I hold my hands up and say, how am I supposed to know? Maybe if it had an airport nearby, I might know. Okay, so the next leg on our journey takes us to, I'm just going through my notes here, Victor Tango Papa Oscar, Sukhothai Airport, Sukhothai Province. We'll be doing a touch and go here. So Sukhothai, the dawn of happiness in Thai it means, was the capital of the first independent Thai kingdom, established in the mid-13th century. At the height of King, now I'm going to get this horribly wrong, Ramkhamhaeng's reign from 1279 to 1298, the Sukhothai kingdom extended across much of modern Thailand, and the king is credited with developing the Thai alphabet from Khmer script, or Khmer script, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. The ancient capital is now preserved as the Sukhothai Historical Park, designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and lies about 12 kilometers west of the modern town. The park contains dozens of temple complexes, many set around lotus-filled ponds, with the great central stupa of Wat Mahathat at its heart. The most celebrated monument in the park is Wat Matahat. Is that how you say it? Mahathat, whose lotus bud prang rises from a rectangular platform surrounded by a moat and smaller chedis. Buddha statues stand in serene rows along the colonnades. The Sukhothai Buddha image, rendered in the graceful walking posture with the right hand raised in the gesture of dispelling fear, is considered one of the finest achievements of Thai Buddhist sculpture and profoundly influenced the iconography of subsequent Lai and Lao artistic traditions. The annual Loi Krathong festival, in which special floating platforms bearing candles and incense are released onto water to honour the river spirits, is said to have originated in Sukhothai. It is still celebrated with exceptional spectacle in the historical park each November. So we'll have to go and circle it when we get there, won't we? Have a look. It is still celebrated with exceptional spectacle. Yeah, we got that. From the air on departure, the ponds and ruins of the historical park are sometimes faintly visible to the west.
Center on 127.75.
Over to Yangon Center on 127.75, knock air 124.
Should we put the yoke back on so you can see the autopilot fighting the turbulence over the hills? So we've got 36 miles to run until we get to Sukhothai. And there you can see it on the map. We have a message. It's just a course advisory. So we will be planning to do a touch and go at Sukhothai, and then we will not be stopping at Phitsanulok because it's a huge airport. It's not for us. And then we'll carry on down.
Knock air 124, flight level 240.
To Nakhon Sawan.
Air 124, radar contact.
Actually, let's have a quick look on the map, because they mentioned here about ancient. So where's Sukhothai's down here then? Where's the ancient treasure resort spa? Historical park. Okay, so here's the bit we really want to go visit. So if we continue on to the southwest before carrying on, we'll see if this is in the simulator. So this is the old city. So rather than doing this flight plan strictly as designed, although it would be worth to fly over Phitsanulok as well to see the built-up areas, because we've been out in the sticks for so long, it would be interesting to see some places. So if we look down into the valley down here, we can see it at Aridit. So let's go and have a look. Yeah, you can see it on the river, look. It's a city down there. Hi Sarah, what can you tell us about the city to the left of us in the valley?
The city to our left in the valley is Uttaradit, known for its beautiful Nan River, historic temples, and as a gateway to northern Thailand. It's also famous for its longan fruit and the annual Longan Festival.
There we go. What are the mountains called that we're flying over right now?
The mountains we're flying over right now are part of the Phai Pan Nam Range, which stretches across northern Thailand and is known for its lush forests and scenic valleys.
Is there an option to switch the co-pilot on and off? I thought we always had a co-pilot. Maybe I'm misremembering that, because it's showing the weight of the co-pilot here. Engine's good. Electrics are good. .22 is perfect.
Bangkok Control, knock air 124, flight level 200.
Knock air 124, radar contact.
So we have a comment here from ATC Swede 1676. Maybe after your world tour you could do a Scandinavian tour. Sweden and Norway is beautiful. Love to see you in GOT, where I'm an in real life controller. So what does GOT stand for? So I have done some flights recently. If we pull up LittleNavMap, it will have the airports marked in that I've got the scenery for. Where are we? Let's go find Europe again. In Norway, I've got Sandefjord, or Torp. I've also got Notteden. I've also got Haugesund, and Anda, and Vigra, Arrow, and going further north, Venice, and I think I've got Trondheim and Tromsø. Yeah, I've got the Tromsø scenery and Hammerfest. I thought I had more than that. Okay, but anyway, yes, I've flown a lot around. It's always the hitchhiker's joke, isn't it? The crinkly bit around the edge of Norway, the fjords.
Contact Yangon Center on 127.75.
But Sweden as well is lovely.
127.
And I've got several of the.
Knock Air 124. Thanks for the help.
I've got several of the airfields from Sweden as well. Off the top of my head, though, I'm not sure which ones I've got. I've got Arlanda. I've got some up in the north, and I can't remember which ones. It's going to be a job for me to remember. Because I remember when I originally covered them in videos looking at the scenery packs. Yeah, Kiruna I remember. But there's Umeå, is it? I can't remember I remember looking up the pronunciations at the time. But yeah, also I've got Copenhagen Airport as well. I haven't really flown much in Finland. Yeah, that'll be another one. So I think I've got the scenery for Turkey somewhere.
Bangkok Control, Mentari 508, flight level 170.
Mentari 508, radar contact.
Oh, GOT, of course it's Gothenburg. Show co-pilot from inside was the second last option on the first screen you were looking at. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. That worked well, didn't it? So I wonder if I have to confirm. No, that's just for the radio, isn't it? Maybe it only happens on the next flight when you do that. Or maybe she'll appear at some point, some indeterminate point in the future. Hang on a second, I'm just going to do something on my second screen over here. I'm going to attempt to find something for you that was quite amusing that I did the other day. Yeah, I found it. So, delete. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, hopefully this will come back on here. So I was messing around with Google Gemini to see what it's capable of the other day, and if we look down here, yeah, we go. I loaded in the image of the co-pilot in the simulator and said, make the co-pilot turn to the camera and say hello. I just thought this was rather amusing.
Hello, welcome to the flight deck.
That's going to be within a couple of years, isn't it? It's going to be doing that sort of thing. I mean, it looks like a fun kind of experiment at the moment, but the modelling is going to get that good. You can see it coming. What was the name of the app or website? You mean this one? This is LittleNavMap. It's a free application for Windows. And you can see if we go and scroll across the world, this is how far we've gone so far. Look, and we're just working our way down through Thailand. You can see the orange aeroplanes being projected onto the map are the ones that are being injected by, say, intentions into the airspace around us. You can turn it up and down. Sukhothai we're coming up to, so we're going to tell the controller that we're Bangkok Control, Cessna November 905 Echo Juliet. We are going to leave you for a few moments to do a touch and go at Sukhothai. We will be back shortly.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, touch and go at Sukhothai noted. Contact when back.
Okay, so Sukhothai Airport, Tower 1187. Sukhothai Tower, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet approaching from the north, requesting touch and go.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, winds calm, runway 36, cleared for touch and go.
Cleared for touch and go, runway 36. I will call when downwind left circuit for touch and go, runway 36. So you can see there's the airfield right there. So we're going to take the autopilot off. Put head tracking on to help us. And we'll pull out onto left pattern for a touch and go on 36. So what's the airfield elevation? (180 feet, basically. So 1,200 feet to drop into the pattern. And the runway's north-south, so that makes it easy for us with lining up as well. Try the EFB with the co-pilot. That's a good shout. No, it already thinks there's a pilot in here. Yeah, it probably has to be on that setting before you load into the flight, to be honest, to make it work. Well, the weather is being very kind to us today. The last time I did a leg of this world tour, the or world crossing, the weather was atrocious.
Approaching runway 18. Caution! Caution!
No, we're not. Has it got ILS? I thought I saw it did. Yes, 109.5. 2 degrees. So we'll go in and prepare for it. Might as well use it if it's there. Have a bit of fun with the ILS. tower, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, downwind for left pattern touch and go, runway 01. Oh no, it's runway 36, isn't it? Apologies, runway 36, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, runway 36 only, cleared touch and go.
Clear touch and go, runway 36, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, cleared touch and go, runway 36.
So we need to get the speed down. Landing lights on.
$500.
Approaching runway 36.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, taxi to stand parking 4 at your discretion. Stay with me.
Negative, 905 Echo Juliet. We are departing. That was just a touch and go. Thank you. We will be departing to the south.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, roger. After takeoff, fly runway heading until reaching 5,500, then proceed on course south.
Apologies, we have already departed and orbiting the airfield. We will continue to the south. November 95 Echo Juliet.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, roger. Continue south when ready.
Continuing south, Echo Juliet. Yeah, he's treating us like commercial traffic, where they would ask you to stay well out of the way, but we can obviously maneuver in and around the commercial traffic quite easily. So, if I just stick us on...
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, contact Fitz analog departure on 120.25.
Contacting Fitz analog departure 120.25, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. Fitz analog departure, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet with you, climbing to 4,000 feet, departing your airspace to the south in a few minutes.
Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, Fitz analog departure identified. Towers decraft, QNH 1009er.
QNH 1009er, Echo Juliet. So we're on roll hold at the moment. Let's go and sort out what direction we're going. So we wanted to deviate here slightly, didn't we? And go and fly down to the old part of the city. So measure distance to here, 207 degrees, which is about where we're
Departure
going.
Hotel Sierra Alpha Lima, November 2000 for 4000.
So we'll just go and turn on
Hotel Sierra Alpha
heading
Lima.
mode.
November, radar contact. Altitude restrictions cancelled. Maintain VFR.
Okay, so we'll hold it at 3,000 feet. And we're going to go and have a nosy over here. So we've got 12 miles to run to get to it. I just was interested to see this after reading about it. See what it looks like. And then we'll come back on our normal plan. So we'll go this way, fly in towards the VOR. So doing about 145 knots, not doing too badly. So it's adjacent to the beginning of these hills, so it's down here. There's a lake here that doesn't appear very obvious on the map. I bet if we switch to satellite mapping it shows up though. There it is. I usually leave this on terrain because it makes it very easy when you zoom in to see the heights of things. Obviously you have to translate them in your head into feet for the simulator, but just multiply by 3 usually, just for, you know, a thumb in the air kind of. So we have a really nice comment from Galactic Gremlin. I do wish people would use their real names. It makes me seem a bit silly, I guess, calling out names like that. Saying, "G'day Jonathan, really enjoy your content and energy, mate. Don't often catch a stream, but I plan to do my own big trip soon, second attempt." It's every day is a school day with the simulator, and that's what keeps me coming back. There's always something new to learn. So yesterday I did a flight in the Photharam, the new jet from FS Reborn, and I got caught out starting the airplane up. The engines kept dying, and something I read ages ago came to me, that business jets, if they've got too strong of a tailwind whistling into the engines, it will cause the engines not to start. I'm guessing, I've not read why yet, I'm guessing it's because the wind can spin the turbine backwards. I'm not sure. And, you know, maybe that overstresses the electric motors that would spin up the turbine if they're having to catch it from spinning backwards. I don't know. But I'll have to go and have a look. Or I wouldn't have thought it would be stopping ignition. But anyway, yeah, so obviously, you know, flown all of these airplanes in all the simulators and then suddenly get caught out by the engines failing to start and a service advisory popping up on the eCam screen. It was huge. So, you know, something never seen before. Have I considered Jet Card? What's Jet Card? Never heard of it. Okay, we're slowly approaching, so I'm going to turn the autopilot off, and we're going to circle this famous place down here. I'm going to push myself further towards the panel so we get an unobstructed view. Here, let's extend the flaps as well. Just to help us fly a little bit more slowly around. So this is an ancient fort, apparently. This, you can see the line of the earthworks around it, look. Where the tree line is. So there's a moat. Interesting. And this was what was written about in the guide to the place,
Terrain
wasn't it?
ahead.
About
Terrain
the sculptures and the buildings.
Terrain ahead. Pull up. Terrain ahead. Terrain ahead. Terrain ahead. Terrain ahead. Terrain ahead.
Okay, we'll stop
Terrain
annoying
ahead.
everybody's quiet
Terrain
day.
ahead.
So if I bring the heading bug round to the direction we're going, then we'll rejoin the route. And we will, yeah, we're going for 4,000 feet, hopefully. We're going to climb at 800 feet a minute to get to 4,000. Should be able to do that without too much trouble. So we're coming back, if we follow this route, we'll hit our original plan somewhere around Sukhothai, or the border between Sukhothai and what's it called? Phitsanulok. That was the departure, wasn't it, we had from Sukhothai. So we're going to overfly Phitsanulok. I think it might be a military airbase, I'm not sure. Or it's commercial anyway, it's a big one. Hi Sarah, what can you tell us about Phitsanulok Airport?
Phitsanulok Airport, also known as Sukhothai Airport, VTPO, opened in 1996 and is privately owned by Bangkok Airways. It's famous for its beautiful garden-like terminal and even has its own mini zoo, making it one of the most unique airports in Thailand.
Hi Sarah, we just flew over Sukhothai Historical Park. Can you tell us more about it?
Sukhothai Historical Park is a UNESCO World Heritage Site that preserves the ruins of the ancient capital of the Sukhothai Kingdom, founded in the 13th century, and is famous for its stunning Buddha statues, lotus ponds, and over 190 historical ruins spread across a beautiful park landscape.
That was that rectangular area we saw, wasn't it? Okay, coming up through 3,000, back towards 4. How are we doing on the fuel? Have they leveled out yet? So, just about. How are we doing on rudder trim? Yep, that's bang in the middle. Good. So when they get even, we can open both valves, and it should use both evenly if the plane is tracking evenly through the sky. So JetCard is a new program where you can become a pilot and do flights for a whole group. For a whole group of VA is a simulated charter ecosystem geared around GA and business aircraft more than airliners. The JetCard application for Microsoft Flight Simulator transforms your flight simulator into a fully modelled executive private jet business. It allows you to build a career in business aviation either by flying freelance charters. Interesting. I'm guessing you knew that I was the person behind airline.virtualflight.online, which lots of people use. To be honest, Virtual Flight Online succeeds because there are very few rules. It doesn't over-egg the whole business side of it. It's there and it works, but it doesn't actually lean into it too much. So you can see, if we make this a bit bigger, we have thousands of pilots because of that. We dwarf all of the other online airlines for that very reason, because we made it easy. It does do a lot of the nice toys that you're on about. If we go and log in as me, for example, you can see I did a huge long flight recently, didn't I? If I go to reports, London Heathrow to JFK, there we go. That's the one where I had the aeroplane go wrong mid-flight and I had to go and manhandle it back en route. But it does all the financials look. So we lost money on that flight. Interesting. But it hosts many airlines at once within the one system. It has tens of thousands of flights that people can pick from. That's why the flights page takes so long to load. I'm going to go and reprogram that at some point. It was originally based on PHP VMS. But you can see there's things that are a bit of a mess in it that they never really thought about. I mean, you just get this hail of, obviously you can filter that down, but yeah, it's quite good fun. So it tells you obviously where you last landed on an airline flight. It shows you who's flying right now, and you can go and obviously go and have a read and see who they are and what they're up to. It's got integration into SimBrief, and it can do pre-filing with VATSIM as well, should you wish. It's good fun. The fleet is enormous now because I used AI to help me fill it up. I used to make all the airplanes by hand, but I've used AI to help me out a little bit recently, so we've now got pages and pages of different airplanes that we can pick from. But yeah, and they've all got scheduled flights. So if you go and look in the Boeing, for example, or if you go and look in flights and filter them down by aircraft type, each one of them has thousands, and they've got all the flight fares worked out for them as well, so you get the accurate numbers. There you go. And that's free, by the way. Completely free. Virtual Flight Online. It uses ACARS. So if I was using it now, I mean, I won't go and launch it now, but it uses an ACARS client. So say you went and did a flight in the airline, and you can do free flights as well. You don't even have to do a scheduled flight. You can say, I want to go, for example, from, say the one we're doing today, from VTCN to VTPR. And I could say it's a special passenger charter, and we could say we want to use a 208. We could update and proceed to flight planning. Now it will have the previous flight in here, I think. We'll just wait for it to pop up. Yeah. So I'll just go and I want to cancel that, don't I? I can't remember how to do it. It's been a while since I did any of this. Oh no, this is it. This is the pre-file thing for Cessna 208 going from VTCN. So this is allowing you to change the parameters before you go to SimBrief. So if I go to SimBrief with that, it will go and calculate it and integrate it directly into the airline, and it will become part of the flight pack for your paperwork. So get it to do it. So SimBrief is working it all out. So there's our flight plan has been done. We get all of the charts with the overhead weather along the way. You get the departure and destination weather from Windy. You get all the takeoff calculations for your particular aeroplane and the performance report. And then at that point you can go and click on ACARS. You can also preview the route in SkyVector. So it will go and work it out for you. And there it is. It just took a while to draw, didn't it? Yeah, so if I was to click ACARS at this point, you can also pre-file into VATSIM. So if I was to click that, it's going to go over to my VATSIM. Obviously, it's not going to log in at the moment, but we could also do ACARS. So if I was to do that and I was on the ground at the departure airport, it would load ACARS up, which is the program that tracks your progress. And you can just say start flight when you're on the ground, and then it's busy watching you in the air until you land, and then you file your flight. But yeah, that's Virtual Flight Online. It's really me standing on the shoulders of all the work people did before, and then I've obviously extended it enormously and branded it up nicely. You get awards as well, so it's got tours built in. If we go into operations and tours, you will see there's various tours of the world, and you can go in and just tick them off. So for example, this is a good one. The historic tour, the McRobertson Air Race, was a real event, and you can see there are many legs to the tour, and if you go and look in each leg, he says, famous last words, you get the story of what actually happened and where it goes, and you can fly that as a leg. You can send it obviously either through SimBrief or just fly it with ACARS running, and it will tick it off when you've done it. But yeah, it's interesting. So you can see the full tour map there. You can change that and show the geographic. So there's the full tour of this. Was an air race that happened in the 20s and 30s, I think. Oh, 30s, there we go. Yeah, look what nearly won it. This is a famous story, by the way, if you didn't know it. The DC-2, there was all these exotic racing planes, one of which is still in existence. It survived the race, it won it, obviously. The de Havilland DH-88 Comet was this amazing red aeroplane. If you go and search it up online, it's beautiful. And it is still flown from one of the museums today. But it nearly got beaten by a DC-2. And it was the proving ground that Douglas put the DC-2 in the race. They actually carried mail on the route, and it nearly won the race against the racing planes, purely because they can obviously, it was the tortoise and the hare, they can go racing off at 300, 400 miles an hour, but then they can only do short legs. This could fly 1,000 miles at a time. And it did, and it just kept chugging away at it, and it nearly won. It's a fascinating story. Okay, so I need to turn right and go down into, we're overflying, aren't we? So PSL, let's go and do a direct 2 on our activate, enter, and then go turn our heading bug towards PSL. In fact, if we turn further south, then we can also play the game of pressing nav on the computer. So press nav now and it should capture it. Except we haven't got the GPS mode on, have we? So now it's obviously, because it's flying away from the route, it won't pull itself back. So I'm just pulling it back. We need to be on an intercept course with the route for it to work. There we go, it's captured. So we're going to overfly this airfield. We ought to be a bit higher than this, really, but we'll see. They haven't told us off. They know we're coming because we're on an IFR route now. And yeah, they haven't told us anything else, so they don't mind us overflying the airfield at 4,000 feet. If you're in here VFR, you'd obviously have to stay the hell away. They're probably wondering why we were flying all over the place. So yeah, just looking at Virtual Flight Online, I'm a terrible salesperson for this sort of stuff. If we go to virtualflight.online, I built this back when 2020 came out, really, or maybe shortly before. It's a community, so it's primarily a Discord server where simulator pilots can go meet up and have a chat and, you know, answer each other's questions. There's a Facebook group. To be honest, Facebook is dying slowly because it's so full of AI slop, nobody uses it anymore. But yeah, it's a Discord server, there's a newsletter, there's the airline obviously, but primarily the community do group flights. So if we go and have a look, they are advertised within the Discord server. So yeah, you can see events are listed in the Discord server. They tend to have a regular flight that happens on a Sunday evening, and it's usually GA, and it could be anywhere in the world. So it does, you know, it varies enormously. You typically get anywhere from kind of 10, 15, 20, 30 pilots, 40 even sometimes. It really depends. Alright, let's make sure we pick up this route this time. The one thing we're quite proud of with Virtual Flight Online is it's remained fairly sensible, and people do get banned if they start swearing or anything like that. So it is very, very family friendly. There's no... you know, it's kind of baked into the rules that no objectionable language, nothing, you know, no politics, no religion, no anything like that. Don't mind people chatting about stuff, as long as they stay away from contentious subjects. So we're in GPS mode. We are on the autopilot. We're using GPS on the CDI mode of the Garmin, so it should be tracking, and it is. Holding 4,000 feet. And we can now go and turn both of the fuel tanks back on. We just need to keep an eye on this, make sure it's in the middle, otherwise you use fuel from one side and not the other. So you can see it's not quite in the middle right now. It's not worth trying to micromanage it, but... Okay, so we've just overflown Phitsanulok. What can I tell you about it? Phitsanulok, his name is derived from the Sanskrit meaning Vishnu's realm. It is the principal city of lower northern Thailand. It straddles the Nan River and has been inhabited since the Stone Age, rising to prominence during the Sukhothai era, before serving for 25 years as the capital of Ayutthaya Kingdom in the 15th century. The city's most revered landmark is Wat Phra Si Ratana Mahathat, home to the renowned Phra Phutta Chinarat, a gold-covered seated Buddha image, so celebrated for its beauty that it draws pilgrims from across the country. The provincial motto reflects the city's identity, beautiful Phra Phutta Chinarat, hometown of King I'm going to get this wrong, Narasuan, raft homes of the Nan River. My word, that's a long name, isn't it? Beautiful Phra Phutta Chinarat, hometown of King Narusan, raft homes of the Nan River. That's the name. The city is also the birthplace of King Naresan the Great, born here in 1555, who later expanded the Ayutthaya Kingdom to its greatest territorial extent by expelling Burmese forces and campaigning deep into Burma and Cambodia. Today, Photharam is the educational
Hotel, Juliet,
and commercial hub.
Contact Bangkok Control on 132.1.
Over to Bangkok Control, Hotel Sierra.
That wasn't for us.
Victor. So long.
Today, Phitsanulok is the educational and commercial hub of the Lower North, home to Naresuan University, a busy regional airport, and an extensive modern infrastructure serving the surrounding agricultural hinterland. The Nan River and its broad floodplain are clearly visible from the air as the route crosses the province. That's the river we can see directly below us. The river glinting silver through a patchwork of paddies and orchards stretching to the horizon. So there we go. We are now extending further south to Nakhon Sawan, where we are going to do a touch and go. We're getting closer and closer to Bangkok. Yeah, so if anybody watching wants to go join airline.virtualflight.online, it's completely free. And if you only have a console and you can't therefore use ACARS, it's not the end of the world, because you can just fly a leg and then you can come in here and you can do a manual PIREP. So you can go to reports, this is one way of doing it, there's several ways, and do a manual PIREP. So you fill in the form with the details of your flight and it will mark it as done in the airline. Yeah, so it's up to you then just to record the hours accurately yourself and choose the aeroplane, the route you flew, and put any notes in and submit your PIREP. And we're not super strict about it, they're not manually monitored, it's just down to your own conscience to record accurately. But it allows people with Xboxes and PlayStations to take part as well. Okay, so this is going to be a fairly nondescript trip across this part of Thailand, I'm afraid. There's a few cities along the way. We're just passing, as you saw there on the map, Manuwong Village. Hi Sarah, what can you tell us about Manuwong Village that we're just passing on the left?
Manuwong Village is a small rural community known for its traditional Thai wooden houses, lush rice fields, and close-knit farming families. It's a great example of the peaceful countryside life in this region of Thailand.
What's the river we're just flying over?
The river we're flying over is the Nan River, which is a major waterway in northern Thailand and an important tributary of the Phrae River.
Okay, this is going to take a few minutes to fly across this area. So you can see the time prediction on here, about 20 minutes until we get to the next route. So I'm going to go stretch my legs for a few minutes. I would advise you to go and do the same if you've been sat watching. I'll be back in maybe 10 minutes when we're lining up for an approach for touch and go at the next airfield. You need to keep an eye on the fuel as well, just to make sure we don't run out. Are we more than halfway through the journey yet? Yeah, we are, look. So we're easily going to make it. Cool. Okay, so I will be back in a few minutes. See you soon.
Hotel Sierra Alpha Uniform November contact Bangkok Control on 132.1.
132.1, Hotel Sierra Alpha Uniform November, thanks for the help.
Hotel Sierra Golf November X-ray contact Bangkok Control on 132.1.
132.1 for Hotel Sierra Golf November X-ray. Good day.
Okay, I'm back. So we're about 10 minutes out from our destination. We've got a messaging, it's just the routing information that the system tends to do. So let's go and extend the 530 out. We've got an aeroplane right in front of us. VTPN. And there he is. And I'm presuming, yeah, he's just departing. Okay. Hopefully he won't come this direction. No, he's turning right. That's good. Nakhon, Sawan. So we go and select the airport. Go and look at the comm frequencies. There's Tower 122800. I think we're talking to Bangkok Control at the moment, aren't we? Oh no, Fitz unlocked departure. Interesting. Should they not have handed us back off? 12025. Fitz unlocked departure. This is Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. Should you not have handed us back to Bangkok Control?
Hotel Sierra Papa Tango Alpha contact Bangkok Control on 120.5.
120.5 Hotel Sierra Papa Tango Alpha.
Do you know what? I'm just going to go straight back to them myself. Bangkok Control, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet with you, 4,000 feet.
Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, Bangkok Control, identified Southwest Group QNH 1009er.
QNH 1009er, Echo Juliet. Got too many windows open, I'm going to go and close a few. We don't need that briefing anymore. We don't need the browser open anymore with Virtual Flight Online. And there we go, we've just got our basics set. So we can see where we have reached way down the route now.
Contact Yangon Center on 127.75.
127.75, Thai Air Asia 3159er, see ya.
So we're 20 miles to the north of our next airfield. Nakhon Sawan. So what can I tell you about Nakhon Sawan?
Bangkok Control, China Southern 8099er, flight level 250.
Translates literally as the heavenly city
radar contact.
from the Sanskrit Svarga. Commands geographical significance of the highest order. It is here that the Ping and Nan rivers converge to form the Chao Phraya River, Thailand's most important waterway. From this confluence, the Chao Phraya flows south for 375 kilometers through the central plain and through Bangkok to the Gulf of Thailand, draining a watershed that covers more than a third of the entire country. The city was an important trading settlement in the Sukhothai and Ayutthaya periods, and later emerged as the principal river port for rice and teak.
Contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5. 127.5, I fly 1063. Bangkok Control, Shimaneri 54, flight level 180.
So the most prominent natural feature near the city is Buang Boraphet, Thailand's largest freshwater wetland at 212 square kilometers, which extends east of the urban area. The lake is a critical wintering habitat for migratory waterbirds and is managed as a protected non-hunting area. And Nakhon Sawan is perhaps equally celebrated for its Chinese New Year festival, the largest of its kind in Thailand, held continuously for over 100 years by the city's large Thai-Chinese community.
127.5, via Travel Air 137, thanks.
The province is locally nicknamed Pak Nam Pho, mouth of the Pho Tree Canal, Muang Si Quay, city of four tributaries, and Khon Wan, evidence of the cultural richness behind its simple Heavenly City title. Looking down on final approach, the distinctive Y-shaped confluence of the Ping and Nan rivers is one of the most striking geographical features visible from the air anywhere in Thailand.
Bangkok Air 242, contact Yangon Center on 127.75.
127.75 for Bangkok Air 242.
I'm just looking for that fork in the waterways. Yeah, there it is, look. They both feed it, or no, that's the one feeding into there. There's the river going that way, there's the river coming this way, and the waterway coming out, leading down towards Bangkok. And then you've got the floodplain over here, where all the migratory birds land. So let's go talk to the tower.
Bangkok Control, Thai Air Asia 3159er, flight level 210.
Thai Air Asia 3159er, radar contact.
Let's get this right before we say anything to Air Traffic Services. Nakhon Sawan. Bangkok Control, Cessna 95 Echo Juliet, departing from the IFR flight plan for a few minutes to do a touch and go at Nakhon Sawan. We'll let you know when we're back. I think that was a really badly mangled radio transmission saying let us know when they're back, or when we are back. So Nakhon Sawan, we need to go and call them 122-800 on the radio. Can we get them here? Yes we can. Tower 122, and that should have tuned it in for us. It has. Tower Cessna 905 Echo Juliet approaching from the north, requesting a touch and go.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, winds calm, runway 05, cleared for touch and go.
Cleared for touch and go, runway 05, will call downwind for left pattern for touch and go, runway 05, Echo Juliet. So we'll use the hills here as our visual reference point to begin the turn. Let's find out the height of the airfield as well. So show information, overview, elevation 100 feet, so we want 1600 feet. There's the visual reference point to turn left, and we'll be turning left, sorry, turn right even, around the back of the hill to 230 degrees. So we want 1600 feet altitude to begin with. And let's get it descending 1,000 feet a minute. So we're going to turn right when we pass the hills. To 230 degrees. We're heading directly at the airport at the moment. Where's the river then? So beyond this bend, there's where the migratory birds collect or congregate. There's the airfield. Okay, we're turning right now.
Approaching runway 23. Caution! Caution!
Let's turn the autopilot off. We can fly this. Tower Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, downwind for touch and go. Runway 05.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, touch and go, runway 05, cleared.
Clear touch and go, runway 05, Echo Juliet. Landing lights on. Flaps.
500.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, welcome to Nakhon, Sawan. Taxi to stand, parking 4 at your discretion. Stay on this frequency.
Negative. We were doing a touch and go, climbing out, following runway direction, 905 Echo Juliet.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, roger. Continue runway heading, climb out.
Climbing out, runway heading, Echo Juliet. Okay, landing lights off. Okay, we're going to turn gently right and then resume our route.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, contact Bangkok Control on 120.25.
Contacting Bangkok Control 120.25, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. Bangkok Control, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, back with you, climbing 4,000 feet and departing south from Nakhon Sawan airfield.
Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, Bangkok Control, radar contact.
Okay, so we were on a intercept course. Let's pull the heading bug round to the direction we're actually going before we go anywhere near the autopilot. Autopilot, heading mode, and then set the altitude. And the climb rate to get there. Whoa. 800 feet a minute, should be good. And we're on our way again. And the fuel is burning fairly evenly. Let's keep an eye. Yeah, look, because we're across the wind slightly, the aeroplane's tipping. So we want to go the other way. We're getting that bubble in the middle, which means the aeroplane isn't tipped to one side, so the fuel isn't draining from one wing
Bangkok
or the
Control,
other
K-Mile Air 714,
unevenly.
flight level 380.
K-Mile Air 714, radar contact.
Coming up to 3,000 feet, we'll hear a beep in a moment. Or not. Did I not arm it? I have now. But it's too late, obviously. We won't hear the beep. Okay, so we are 22 miles from our next waypoint. Now I think, yeah, this may have some issues with our route. Let's zoom out slightly. Oh no, it's got it correct. It's just that a lot of these I couldn't use the actual waypoints. So should we do some radio navigation? Have we got... no, we haven't really got much, have we? So we'll use the GPS track. So Yeah, we're not landing here. It's a huge airport. We have no business being there. And we're not landing here either. Oh, we could. Prannak Aero. Saprannak, sorry. So, at the moment, we are on our way to Tachilek. So, let's go find out about that. The Tachilek Royal Thai Air Force Base is located in the Tachilek district of Nakhon Sawan province and has a long history of strategically important military installation. The base attracted international attention during the Vietnam War when it was used jointly by the Royal Thai Air Force and the US Air Force as a forward operating base for F-105 Thunder Chief and F-111 missions into North Vietnam and Laos. After the American withdrawal from Southeast Asia in the mid-1970s, the base reverted entirely to Thai military use and continues to operate as a significant Royal Thai Air Force Base installation. The Tachilek VOR navigation aid serves as a standard waypoint on routes connecting central Thailand to the north and is a logical routing point on southbound flight paths from Nakhon Sawan towards Lopburi and Bangkok. The surrounding district is agricultural and flat with rice paddies, sugarcane and cassava plantations stretching in every direction, which we can see if we look around. Flat as a billiard table, isn't it? So we're continuing on down and we're going to overfly the Air Force Base because we have no business being there, out towards Prannak Aero. Excuse me why I just go and clean up in the live stream channel. I apologise for the person who was spamming the channel. They are now removed. It's frustrating, isn't it, when people do things like that? So 12 miles to run.
Bangkok Control, Bangkok Air 242, flight level 160.
While we're flying along doing this bit of the route, it's probably worth pointing out there's a little program I wrote some time ago called Transmitter.
Flight level 240.
So if I go and put my call sign in today, which is... Actually, I'll just put my name.
Thai Air Asia 3428, contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5.
And I say connect. So what Transmitter does is broadcasts our location to the internet.
Thai Air Asia 3428.
And if you go and look on the radar display, it shows you this down here, look. Anyone who's running Transmitter you can see on the map. So you can see, obviously, I changed my call sign, so there'll be a dead version of me being left behind. And it updates every few seconds with a new location. And you can do all kinds of tricks with it, like showing, you know, a longitude latitude grid on the map. And if you show other people as well, it will keep refactoring the grid. You can show radar with rain. You can show air traffic services sectors now. It's a new feature I built into it the other day. You can even show trails of the aeroplanes. If you zoom in far enough, you'll see little dots, which for air traffic services reasons is a really good thing to have. What else can we do? We can have interpolation. What does that mean?
201, contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5.
Interpolation means, look how smoothly the aeroplane's moving now. It figures out based on your previous movement where you're going and animates you smoothly. You can do things like showing a table of the people who are using it right now, and you can go and find them on the map. It will go and zoom in on them. You can also change the layer that you're showing, so we could have satellites on the map as well. This is all free, by the way. So I run the server, transmitter.virtualflight.online. If you visit the website directly, it's got the links there to go download it. So you can download the Flight Sim client or the X-Plane client. There's a user guide and documentation as well. You can get it to work also in a LittleNavMap. So you will notice now, if I go and turn on the little red aeroplane up here in the toolbar, my last reported position from transmitter appears. And it updates every 5 seconds. It tells you how to do that in the instructions. So if you're flying with a group of friends, you can have a load of little red aeroplanes nearby, so you can see where each other are on the map easily. It only works for Windows, and the X-Plane version works for any version of X-Plane, but the so for Flight Simulator it's Windows only, I'm afraid, not for Xbox or PS5. Okay, so here's the military airbase we're about to fly over.
Avionics 103, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
Switching to Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er, Thai Vietjet 103.
Okay, we're on GPS tracking, so it should change course when we go over the top of the airbase. I've just remembered something I was going to ask of everybody watching is for an idea for a future live stream. I recently watched a documentary, because obviously it's all over the news at the moment with the US government releasing some of their UAP or UFO files, whatever you want to call them. A documentary came out recently about Bob Lazar and his supposed work, or I mean, it's looking more than supposed now, isn't it? But his work at S4, so in the middle of the Groom Lake complex, there's several, obviously, very high security facilities. I wondered if it would be of any interest to anybody if I did the research and put the flight plan together, and we went on a tour of Groom Lake and the supposed places where the secret bases are, and go and overfly them and go and have a look and see if there's any sign in the scenery or if it's been completely scrubbed clean. Because I know on the edge of Groom Lake there used to be some obvious doors in the hillsides where, you know, obviously hangars were hidden. But it would be, I thought it might be a fun flight to do, to go out and look at some of the atomic testing craters as well out that way, because just west of Groom Lake there's a hell of a mess. You know, the land is pockmarked with holes where they've tested, obviously, weapons over the years. But yeah, I'm just wondering if that would be of interest. Maybe I'll post a question up on YouTube and ask the community what if that's something they would like to see, and we'll go and have a look around, and I'll tell the story while we're flying about Bob Lazar, because it's an interesting story. Back in the late 1980s, when he first became a public figure, everybody laughed at him. But slowly everything he kind of claimed when obviously it was all unprovable. Slowly, bits and pieces of the story have been proven, and nothing he said has been disproven, which is quite incredible, really, given the nature of what he was claiming. The thing that struck me in the documentary is he's always been very, very straightforward and not claimed anything fantastical. You know, he's just said that he was there working as a physicist, as a scientist, to help with an engineering project. And the reason they chose him, obviously,
Air 224 contact, Ho Chi Minh control on 120.9er.
The reason it became obvious they chose him later is because he had enough baggage in the past. He could be discredited easily if they needed to. So they did their research on him before they hired him and found out various things about his and his family's private life, knowing that they could easily discredit and ruin his life if they had to, and they did, or tried to. It's quite kind of an interesting thing, isn't it, that an employer would do that? That if you're working on something that is very sensitive, they're going to pick people with skeletons so that they can use that against you if they need to. Anyway, it's funny, when I was young and impressionable, I used to read all these books about, conspiracy theory stuff.
EVA 201 contact, Ho Chi Minh control on 120.9er.
I believed a lot of it back in the day, but not so much anymore. I guess the trouble is you grow up and you get a bit cynical and you say, hang on, we're all walking around with these amazing camera phones, where are all the pictures, where are all the videos? And yet, strangely enough, we're now getting the pictures and videos, but from the front of fighter jets. Probably because they're adversary research craft that are, shouldn't be in our airspace. Who knows? I think there's a lot of problems with that whole subject, that people see what they want to see and they hear what they want to hear, and they kind of lose a bit of objectivity along the way quite often. Right, anyway, let's get back to the flight, shall we? So we are approaching Phrae Nak Aero. What can I tell you about San Phrae Nak Airport in Lopburi province? Lopburi is one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in Thailand. So Lopburi's over here, look. Oh no, that's the edge of its. So Chit Napa village. So that's Phrae Nak Aero. Putasathan Lopburi. So where is... Oh, it's over here, look. So it's really spread out, so much so that it doesn't actually appear on the map as a built-up area. Interesting.
Bangkok Air 217, descend and maintain flight level 180. Cleared for the Pumam 2 Alpha arrival into Chiang Mai.
So it says here, Lopburi is one of the...
For flight level 180. Cleared for the Pumam 2 Alpha arrival into Chiang Mai, Bangkok Air 217.
Lopburi is one of the oldest continuously inhabited...
Contact Yangon Center on 127.
My word, we're getting near to Bangkok, aren't we? It's going to get busier.
127.75, Bangkok Air 217, thanks.
Lopburi is one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in Thailand, with a history stretching back to prehistoric times. Known in the ancient world as Lavo, it was the capital of a Mon kingdom during the Dvaravati period. My word, that's a tongue twister. During the 6th to the 11th century, before falling under Khmer dominion. The Khmer built several impressive temples in the city during the 11th and 12th centuries, of which the Phra Prang Samyot, 3 closely spaced Khmer towers, is the most celebrated. The city sent independent embassies to China in 1115 and 1155 before eventually coming under Sukhothai and then Ayutthaya rule. Lopburi's most dramatic episode came in 1666 when King Narai the Great chose the city as his second capital, constructing a magnificent palace on the banks of the Lopburi River as an alternate seat of power when Ayutthaya was threatened by a Dutch naval blockade. King Narai's palace complex, now an open-air museum, survives in considerable completeness and includes reception halls where Narai received ambassadors from France and other European powers. Today, Lopburi is perhaps equally famous for the large troops of crab-eating macaques that inhabit the ruins of Phrae Samyot.
Hotel Sierra Yankee Quebec. Yankee direct final. Cleared for the ILS runway 5 approach. Descend and maintain altitude 3,000 feet until established. Altimeter 1009er.
So there is an annual monkey buffet in November where the macaques are presented with elaborate spreads of fruit and vegetables, which draws both tourists and television crews from around the world. Sa Prang Nak is the military civil airfield serving the province. So let's go and have a look on the map. So Lopburi's over here, but then this is saying... Okay, so there's lots of places labelled as the wider area. Yeah, I think it's just geographically dispersed, isn't it? So, Prang Nak Aero, can we get that on say intentions? Yes, we can. Prang Nak Airport.
Ethiopian 628
Tower.
contact.
That's the one directly in front of us. Prang Nak Airport. This is Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, requesting touch and go. It's right in front of this hill.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, you are on the Prang Nak frequency. For Prague Airport, contact their tower on 134.56.
They misheard us. Negative. We want to do a touch and go at Sa Prang Nak, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, runway 19er, cleared for touch and go.
Cleared for touch and go, runway 19er, Echo Juliet. So we'll fly over and then loop around. This is going to be fun, because we'll have to go and just skim the side of the hill there. So if we go and turn head tracking on, if it will turn on, there we go. So this is 19er here, I think. Let's look at the compass. Yeah. So we want to skim the hill as we orbit the airfield. Look at this circular feature here. I wonder how that came to be. This building, and built into the side of the hill with a pathway or a road through a garden. Tower, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, downwind for touch and go runway 19er.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, touch and go runway 19er cleared.
Cleared for touch and go runway 19er, Echo Juliet.
$500.
Approaching runway 24. Caution! Caution! Approaching runway 19.
Okay, let's go left turn before we go through the next airfield. Go and pull between them. Okay, we probably need a bit higher altitude, but we'll go, we're just lining back up on the track, so GPS navigation will take care of that for us. Tower, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, departing your airspace to the southeast.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet. Roger, squawk unchanged. Frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, good day. So we'll go back to centre now. Centre, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, back with you climbing to 4,000 feet.
Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, Bangkok, control identified, Sawadika QNH 1009er.
QNH 1009er, Echo Juliet. Okay, how are we doing on the route? So we've now got a 50-mile leg over towards this one. Add airport, remove waypoint. And then we're going to go and explore Bangkok together. It's quite neat and tidy, doesn't it, that approach? We fly around, line up, and fly out. What about the previous one? Yep, left pattern in, line up, straight out. What about, we didn't do that one, we did...
Hotel Sierra Yankee Quebec Yankee contact Nakhon Sawan Tower on 122.8.
We did that one.
Hotel Sierra Yankee Quebec Yankee.
Very neat and tidy each time. Even if I do say that's where we did a full stop to get the flight plan reprogrammed. And that was the departure. Yeah, I should have filed an IFR flight plan to begin with, really. That's 1,000 feet away. Yeah, we come through 3,000 and we're climbing to 4. Holding 130 knots in the climb, that's good. And we're on our way towards Klong 15. Now, this caused the AI no end of trouble because it didn't appear on any public maps.
Bangkok Control, Air Macau 9036, flight level 300.
So I had to basically tell AI where the airport was. So Klong 15 really comes from the numbering of, well, I'll tell you all about it rather than give you a second-hand story. Klong 15 airfield lies in the flat agricultural lowlands to the northeast of Bangkok in a landscape entirely shaped by the canal network that crisscrosses the Delta Plain. And you can see that, it's crazy, isn't it?
Air India 2354, radar contact.
The name derives from the Thai practice of numbering irrigation channels from the main river outward, this canal being the 15th. So the surrounding area is one of market gardens, rice paddies and orchards dotted with villages whose principal landmarks are the gilded spires of local temples. What?
Air Macau 9036, contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5.
Let me just
127.5 for Air Macau 9036. Good day.
Let me set the view so while I'm reading this out so you get to see something. And the stilt-raised houses typical of central Thailand's riverside communities, the land is almost entirely flat, the horizon broken only by coconut palms and occasional water tower, making for easy visual navigation from the air. This leg transitions the route from the more settled provincial landscape of Lopburi into the sprawling outer fringe of Bangkok metropolitan region. So yeah, we're going to be heading into Bangkok after we pass this airfield. So we're 4,000 feet, cruising along 150 knots or 145 knots, making good progress.
Bangkok Control, Beatreville Air 131, flight level 190. Beatreville Air 131, radar contact.
Bangkok Control, Korean Air 657, flight level 320.
Korean Air 657, radar contact.
Should we have a wander around the aeroplane? The passenger view of the journey.
Beatreville Air 131 contact, Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er. 120.9er via Beatreville Air 131. Korean Air 657 contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5.
127.5, Korean Air 657, thanks.
Okay, we're making our way in. We're about 30 miles out from Klong, I would imagine. Let's have a look. Yeah, 33 nautical miles to go. 12 minutes until we get to Klong.
Beacherville Air 131 contact, Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
120.9er, Beacherville Air 131, thanks.
So I think what we might do is remove this waypoint and we'll do our tour of central Bangkok, flying around the city after visiting Klong, and then we'll fly out towards Photharam.
Mentary 755 contact, Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er. 120.9er, Mentary 755, thanks.
Bangkok Control, Thai Air Asia 583, flight level 350.
Thai Air Asia 583, radar contact.
So we're going to have to be careful now about other traffic.
Mentary 755 contact, Ho Chi Minh Control on 134.05. Over to Ho Chi Minh Control, Mentari 755, so long.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of traffic around
Malaysian
us.
788 contact, Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
Obviously we can see them on the map down here.
Over to Ho Chi Minh Control, Malaysian 788.
The closer we get to downtown Bangkok, the more we're going to see. There's going to be planes going in and out of the international airport and Bangkok International as well. I'm surprised there's not more actually here. There's quite a lot on the ground. There's a few planes in the airspace around us.
Thai Air Asia 583, descend and maintain flight level 240. Cleared for the Nakhon 3 Alpha arrival into Don Mueang.
In the descent for flight level 240. Cleared for the Nakhon 3 Alpha arrival into Don Mueang, Thai Air Asia 583.
Let's see how the engine's doing. Have I managed to brake it? No, 100%. We've looked after it well. Battery capacity 100%. Electrical systems are good. The cabin is looking great. Green everywhere. Fuel is slowly burning down.
583 contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5.
Okay.
127.5 Thai Air Asia 583.
So how long do we have? 23 miles, 10 minutes. I'm going to quickly nip away and go and make a quick coffee. And I'll be back hopefully in time for announcing to Klong that we want to do a touch and go. Back in a moment.
Thai Air Asia 637, descend and maintain flight level 160. Cleared for the Cessna 3 Alpha arrival into Don Muang.
Leaving for flight level 160. Cleared for the Cessna 3 Alpha arrival into Don Muang Thai Air Asia 637.
Thai Air Asia 637, contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5.
127.5, see ya, Thai Air Asia 637.
Bangkok Control, Thai Visit 831, flight level 320. Thai Visit 831, radar contact. Thai Visit 831, contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5. Over to Phnom Penh Center, Thai Visit 831, so long.
Okay, I'm back. So we're going to depart from this, okay, we're going to say Bangkok Control, Cessna 905 at Echo Juliet. We are departing our planned flight to do a touch and go at Klong 15 Airfield.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, touch and go at Klong 15 approved. Advise when back.
We'll advise when back, Echo Juliet. So we don't have to talk to Klong because they don't exist on the normal radar. So we need to go and have a look. They've got no communication frequencies of their own. So we'll be coming in runway 25. So we'll turn away from the airport. Not just yet though, hey. And we'll get visuals with the
Air India
runway
2354,
first.
contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
120.9er, see Air India 2354.
Mentari 101, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
120.9er, Mentari 101, see ya.
Hotel Sierra Golf Tango, Charlie, direct final. Cleared for the ILS runway 24 approach. Descend and maintain altitude 3,000 feet until established.
This is going to be fun, isn't it? Trying to figure out where it is. So it's in the middle of a wedge-shaped field.
Air India 2354 contact. Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
120.9er, Air India 2354. See ya.
So if we use the roads as a reference point, there's a road just to the left of us that joins a major road in a moment. And then from that road, we should be able to pick out the airfield.
Mentari 101 contact. Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
120.9er for Mentari 101.
We're doing this, and the I can see the airfield now. It's over here. Look. I was going to say we're doing this, and we'll find the airfield isn't here, but we just found it.
Banglastar 217 contact. Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er. Switching to Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er. Banglastar 217.
Bangkok Control, Thai Air Asia 583, flight level 230.
Thai Air Asia 583, radar contact.
So, landing lights on. In a real world, we would go to common traffic advisory frequency at this point, but we're going to stay on center because this is just a simulator. We know there aren't too many other people around.
Terrain ahead. Terrain ahead. Terrain ahead. Pull up. 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 Terrain ahead. Pull up.
Banglastar 217.
Terrain ahead. Pull up. Terrain ahead. Pull up. Terrain ahead. Pull up.
That's
Terrain
unusual, isn't
ahead.
it?
Pull up.
Normally it would
Terrain
quieten
ahead.
down.
Pull up. Terrain ahead. 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 Pull up.
She's not annoying
Terrain
at all.
ahead. Pull up. Terrain ahead. Pull up. Terrain ahead. Pull
Is it
up.
going to shut up?
Terrain ahead. Pull up. Terrain ahead. Pull up. Terrain ahead. Terrain ahead. Pull up.
It won't shut up, will
Terrain
it?
ahead. Pull up.
Contact Ho Chi Minh Control on
Terrain ahead.
134.05.
Pull up. Terrain.
Over to Ho Chi Minh Control on 134.05.
That was the strangest thing. I wonder if that was the TORS system from the GTN that's still running in the background somehow. I wonder. I wouldn't put it past it to have done that. Bangkok Control, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, back with you, climbing 4,000 feet.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet identified. Sawasdi Tornbai.
Okay. Landing lights can come back off. Fuel is still not burning evenly. Well, not perfectly. And we're good on
Saudia 846 contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
120.9er for
Okay, so we're heading 34 miles into the middle of central Bangkok, and then we'll explore the city centre and then fly out to our destination for today. Not too much further to go. Let's see, have we got any VORs we can use along the way? Not really. It's going to be all GPS for the last little bit of the flight.
Bangkok Control, Eva 6001, flight level 370.
Eva 6001, radar contact.
Just making sure the sound is still all working okay, looks good.
Bangkok Control, Thai 404, flight level 220. Thai 404, radar contact. Qatari 828, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er. 120.9er for Qatari 828. Thai 404, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er. 120.9er, Thai 404. Saudia 846, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
Over to Ho Chi Minh Control, Saudia 846, so long.
Qatari 828, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er. Over to Ho Chi Minh Control, Qatari 828, so long. Thai AirAsia 583, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
Switching to Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er, Thai AirAsia 583.
Okay, we're approaching the outside. I'm just going to checking the volumes again. We're checking the approaching, the outskirts of Bangkok. It's going to get more and more built up the closer we get. So let's find out what sort of altitude the city is at. And we also ought to go and put some of these.
Thai Air Asia 583, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
Switching to Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er, Thai Air Asia 583.
Bangkok Control, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. We are approaching Bangkok to do a tour of the city. Do you have any altitude constraints you wish us to obey?
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, no altitude constraints. Maintain current altitude or advise if change needed.
Wilco, Echo Juliet. So we said that the airport here, Bangkok International, is at 4 feet, so it's almost at sea level, which is understandable because there's the sea. I'm going to request descending to 2000.
On 120.9er.
120.9er, Thai Air Asia 583, thanks.
Bangkok Control, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, requesting descent 2,000 feet.
Thai 404, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er. Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, expect the visual runway 3 approach into Photharam.
Bangkok Control, we are going to explore the city first, requesting descent 2,000 feet.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, descend altitude 2,000 feet.
Descending 2,000 Echo Juliet.
Hotel Sierra Golf Tango Charlie, contact Sapranak Tower on 122.1.
Switching to Sapranak Tower on 122.1, Hotel Sierra Golf Tango Charlie.
Cathay 653, contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5. 127.5, see Cathay 653.
Bangkok Control, China Southern 50905, flight level 330.
China Southern 50905, radar contact. China Southern 50905, contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5.
Switching to Phnom Penh Center on 127.5, China Southern 50905.
Bangkok Air 142, descend and maintain flight level 150. Cleared for the 11-1 Charlie arrival into Suvarnabhumi.
So there's Bangkok International over there.
150. Cleared for the 11-1 Charlie arrival into Suvarnabhumi, Bangkok Air 142.
So any planes departing, they're going in and out of this airport, but not this airport. That's interesting, isn't it? There is somebody. Oh no, they're on the stand. I wondered if they were taxiing. And this airport's busy. Is someone just landing? Look, someone just rolling out onto takeoff. And we're rolling through the middle of it to go and visit downtown Bangkok.
Bangkok Control, China Southern 5095, flight level 300.
China Southern 5095, radar contact. China Southern 5095, contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5.
127.5 for China Southern 5095.
Thai Air Asia 583, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 134.05.
134.05, Thai Air Asia 583.
Busy road down there. I don't know why I thought there would be more high-rise buildings in the middle of Bangkok.
Bangkok Air 142, contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5. 127.5, Bangkok Air 142, thanks for the help.
We're still 10 miles out though from the middle, so maybe they haven't read it in yet. Maybe this whole area down here is going to become a lot busier the closer we get. It's worth saying, actually, there's a comment there about say intentions. I've turned it down a little bit. If we go back into the settings for say intentions, we can turn it up. So at the moment it's not injecting that many aeroplanes. Okay, so if I go in here and go to traffic injection, real world traffic injection, I've got it turned down to 8. If we turn it up to 11, and we also turn up the all of the sliders up to 11, and we'll see what happens around us. It will go mad. So watch. At the moment it's reworking it out. They will reappear, and they will reappear, and they will appear and then some, and we'll be in the busiest airspace in the known universe, because it will put planes in the air around us as well as on the ground. So give it a minute or two. I'll come back and have a look in a moment. You'll hear suddenly the traffic will erupt on the radio. Yeah, it is getting busier, look. So the high-rise buildings are appearing down this end of the city. It's just a huge spread out city, isn't it? It still hasn't finished figuring out the aeroplanes to put in yet, but it will. Here they come. So get ready. It's working it out as we speak.
Thai 6445, descend and maintain flight level 240.
There's a couple of airliners so far.
Descending to flight level 240, Thai 6445.
And here we go. Oh my word. Was this a mistake? What about the... So watch this lot. Is it going to suddenly fill all of the stands up? Because obviously it's working it through its head at the moment, figuring out all the routes that all these different airplanes might be going on, what they speak like, you know, what nationalities the pilots are, what airlines they are, what routes that airline might normally fly. It's doing a lot of work before it can show us everybody, and sometimes it does take a few minutes before they all start appearing. Because normally I would trigger it before I do the flight, before I start a live stream. I'll let it have a few minutes to start animating everybody into position. You see there's a few more aeroplanes around us now. is still thinking. So we'll circle Bangkok for a bit. Let's go and turn the autopilot off. Before we end the flight. We'll hear them start to come over the radio as the flights start to become. So the stream isn't lagging. I have a monitor stream here which I always run alongside. That's how I get to see the comments. Let's go and see, has it started drawing anybody else in yet? Not really. It hasn't gone too crazy just yet. Oh, it started rendering some over here now. So if we just circle the city for a bit, we'll start to hear them all on the radio.
Thai 5333, descend and maintain flight level 230. Leaving for flight level 230, Thai 5333.
Bangkok Control, Thai 110, flight level 200.
It might be nice actually to go and change the time of day and put it into the evening so we'll get the low light.
110, descend and maintain flight level 180. Cleared for the PMM2 Alpha arrival into Chiang Mai.
Descending to flight level 180, cleared for the PMM2 Alpha arrival into Chiang Mai, Thai 110.
We'll also get to see the aeroplanes in the air.
Contact Yangon Center on 127.75.
Switching to Yangon Center on 127.75, Thai 110. Bangkok Control, Thai 110, flight level 240.
Thai 110, radar contact. Thai 110, contact Yangon Center on 127.75.
Obstacle ahead. Obstacle ahead. Obstacle ahead. Pull up. Obstacle ahead. Pull up.
So I'm being asked in the live stream, have I ever flown a real plane? Yes, many years ago. And it was exactly like a simulator.
Bangkok Control, Chang'an 8386, flight level 180.
Chang'an 8386, radar contact.
So let's have a look now at the map and see how much busier it's got. There we go, look, they're coming in from all directions. Look at the stream coming in. Oh my word. So we're just going to busy ourselves with flying around the city here. And then we're going to exit out to the west and go land. There's a heliport on top of that building, look. Interesting.
Bangkok Control, Thai 110, flight level 200.
Thai 110, radar contact.
Bangkok Control, Bangkok Air 168, flight level 220.
Bangkok Air 168, radar contact. Thai 110, contact Yangon Center on 127.75.
127.75, Thai 110, thanks for the help.
It's interesting, I saw a short video asking about if I'd flown a real plane. I saw a short video
Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er, Bangkok Air 168.
earlier today. One of the pilots who's a regular on
Ho Chi Minh
YouTube,
Control on 120.9er.
one of the heavy captains, was
120.9er, Emirates 372, thanks.
he was answering a question from somebody about if Flight Simulator or X-Plane are actually realistic, you know, in terms of the real world, how are they different? And he said, and I'll quote him, which will shut up a lot of the people that are naysayers and say one sim's better than another, whatever. He said both simulators fly exactly like the real thing. You know, close enough that it really doesn't matter. The only difference is in feel. And that's because they haven't got $1 million of hardware through the pedals and the stick, or the yoke, putting force feedback in. But he said the way the aeroplanes behave in both simulators is close enough that it doesn't matter.
120.9er, Thai Vietjet 109er, good day.
Okay, so we're going to turn around and go the opposite direction.
214, descend and maintain flight level 130. Leaving for flight level 130, Thai Vietjet 214. Thai Air Asia 176, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
So does the system lag?
0.9er, see ya, Thai Air Asia 176.
I should perhaps volunteer. Should I go and I'll overfly one of the big airports. So before we go back, let's go and fly over Bangkok International so you get to see it. So you can see there's the runways over there. We're going to go and orbit the airfield before we go in. You can see the line of lights coming in in the sky, planes on approach, because we've turned the traffic up. Normally I don't turn the traffic all the way up because then you don't end up, or you end up waiting half an hour to take off, which is entirely, you know, predictable.
Thai 574, descend and maintain flight level 140.
So if I go Alt R plus plus plus, I'm just speeding time up gently for a moment.
Bangkok Control, Emirates 392, flight level 340.
Emirates 392, radar contact.
Bangkok Air 168, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
Back to normal time.
120.9er, Bangkok Air 168, see ya.
So we'll follow this road around the airport.
711, flight level 170.
Singapore 711, radar contact.
So when I come back down the other side of the airport, hopefully you'll see a lot of stuff.
Sync rate.
So we can see there's a
Sync rate.
something coming in over there.
Pull up. Sync rate.
Thai Vietjet 7190, descend and maintain flight level 230. Down to flight level 230. Thai Vietjet 7190. Thai Air Asia 176, contact.
For whatever reason, it pulled the aeroplane from the injection. Now you're starting to see them appear.
120.9er for Thai Air Asia 176, good day.
So in the real world you would never do this, but I'm going to do it because we just want you to see the rendering happen.
53527, descend and maintain flight level 230.
This would never normally happen.
Descending to flight level 230.
And I've been avoiding the big airports because of this.
Bangkok Control, Nok Air 574, flight level 170. Nok Air 574, radar contact. Emirates 372, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er. 120.9er for Emirates 372.
500.
Bangkok Control, Thai Air Asia 3182, flight level 170.
Thai Air Asia 3182, radar contact. Bangkok Control, Thai 267, flight level 190. Thai 267, radar contact.
Approaching runway 3 left. Caution, caution.
So it's not that busy an airport
Bangkok
actually.
Control, Thai Air Asia 596, flight level 170. Thai Air Asia 596, radar contact. Thai Air Asia 176, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 134.05. 134.05 for Thai Air Asia 176. Good day. Thai Air Asia 318 to contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 134.05.
134.05, see ya, Thai Air Asia 3182.
Let's turn the weather back to daytime.
Etihad 420, radar contact.
Yeah, so this isn't the busiest airport in the world ever.
1208, flight level 170.
Someone else is following me, obviously.
Approaching runway 21.
Because they just put their plane in the ground.
Caution.
5 East 214, contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5.
Okay, let's go.
Over to Phnom Penh Center on 127.5, Thai via jet 214.
Over to where we were supposed to be going all this time. So we want
Bangkok Control,
250
Thai Air Asia
degrees.
3562, flight level 210. Thai Air Asia 3562, radar contact. Singapore 714, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
120.9er, Singapore 714, thanks.
So yeah, I guess the elephant in the room is what are my specs, and they're pretty ridiculous. I'll just level the plane out and get the heading bug going. Altitude hold. So I have a very fast CPU,
descend and maintain flight level 150.
a very fast motherboard, 64 gig of very fast RAM, an NVIDIA 4090 with 24 gigs of VRAM, oh sorry, graphic RAM, GPU RAM. I have fiber to the house, so I have 600 megabit asynchronous.
Bangkok Control, Bangkok Air
Oh, sorry, synchronous, I should say. So yeah, that's what makes it possible. So I'm only broadcasting at 1080p.
Contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
So I'm not rendering at 4K. I'm only rendering at 1080p because that's what I'm pushing out to YouTube. And I'm also frame limiting it to 30 frames per second. And what that ends up with is the GPU hardly being hit,
Contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
the GPU RAM only halfway being hit, the GPU memory, shared memory not being hit, the CPU not being hit, the system RAM not really being hit. So yeah, I do it on purpose. I could drive the simulator at 4K.
Air 146, descend and maintain flight level
or even
150.
8K probably, but I
Cleared for the
don't.
Lebim 1 Charlie arrival into Suvarnabhumi.
Down to flight level 150, cleared for the Lebim 1 Charlie arrival into Suvarnabhumi, Bangkok Air 146.
Okay, we're on our way out towards our final destination for the evening. Photharam. Or
Thai Air Asia 3092, descend and maintain flight level 150. Cleared for the Sabai 3 Alpha arrival into Don Muang. Down to flight level 150. Cleared for the Sabai 3 Alpha arrival into Don Muang, Thai Air Asia 3092. Bangkok Air 150, descend and maintain flight level 150. Cleared for the Lebim 1 Charlie arrival into Suvarnabhumi.
So what we should be able to do
Descending to flight
is
level
speed this up a bit.
150. Cleared for the Lebim 1 Charlie arrival into Suvarnabhumi, Bangkok Air 150.
Etihad 420, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er. 120.9er, see ya, Etihad 420. Bangkok Air 146, contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5.
I'm just speeding time up to get us there in a timely manner.
Bangkok Air 146, see ya.
Thai Air Asia 3092, contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5.
Over to Phnom Penh Center, Thai Air Asia 3092. So long.
Thai Air Asia 4113, descend and maintain flight level 150. Cleared for the Libyan 1 Charlie arrival into Savarnabhumi.
Down to flight level 150. Cleared for the Libyan 1 Charlie arrival into Savarnabhumi, Thai Air Asia 4113.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, turn left heading 235 vectors for the visual runway 3 approach. Flight 1059er, contact.
I used to have an add-on installed.
10.9er.
I used to have another one installed called SimRate Bandit. I haven't got it at the moment. It's a freebie you can download off the internet. This is our airport we're going to.
Marlin to 528, contact. Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
SimRate Bandit allows you to know what sim rate you're running at.
Malindo 528, thanks for the help.
Because there's no way of knowing in the simulator, so you have to count the key presses when you accelerate time.
Qantas 23, radar contact. China Southern 93905, descend and maintain flight level 230.
Leaving for flight level 230, China Southern 93905.
12 miles to run.
337, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
Over to Ho Chi Minh Control, Air India 2337, so long.
Bangkok Control, Xiamen Air 833,
Okay.
flight level 230.
So we need to turn to 260 degrees.
Xiamen Air 833, radar contact. Thai Air Asia 4113, contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5.
And we need to contact our final destination for
Switching
today.
to Phnom Penh Center on 127.5.
122.9. So let's go do that.
Qantas 23, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er. Over to Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er, Qantas 23.
Okay, we have peace and quiet on the radio, because it's just this provincial airfield tower we're listening to now. Tower, Cessna 905, Echo Juliet, approaching from the east, requesting full stop landing. We're over... Oh, we're at the target altitude.
Cessna 905 Echo Juliet, Photharam Tower, full stop landing, runway 03 cleared.
Where are we? Ah. Oh my word. Full stop landing, runway 03, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. So let's go and have a look. Runway 03, so if we want to do this the nice way, we'll overfly the airfield and then go left pattern into 03. That's the easiest way. We are at 1500 feet, which is fine. We ought to be at 2000 really though. What's the altitude of the airfield? Yeah, so let's go back up to 2000 feet. So the beep there is just telling us we were within 1,000 feet of the target. So we're going to overfly the airfield at 2,000 feet, then drop down onto the pattern altitude as we fly the reciprocal. So we'll turn to 210 degrees as we fly over the top. Should be able to see the airfield down there. Down the back of the hill, there it is. So we're at 2,000 feet. Okay, we've still got the landing lights on from when we were messing around earlier. Now, have they actually cleared us to land? Yes, they have. There's So that's where we're going to be landing, but obviously we're going to fly a loop to come down. So manual control. So we're going to drop to 1,000 feet, then turn left to 210, or turn as we do it actually. Could have done without the low cloud, hey? There's the runway.
Approaching runway 21.
Coming down to 1,000 feet.
Caution.
'em. Flaps to first position, continuing to descend in the turn. Full flaps.
Approaching runway 3.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, runway 03, winds 170 at 7, cleared to land.
Clear to land, runway 03, Cessna 95 Echo Juliet. Can we stop before we get to the taxiway? That's the question. Probably not. Or maybe we can. I forgot we're in a caravan, aren't we? And it's like super maneuverable. Clear of active, Cessna Echo Juliet.
Approaching runway 3.
Cessna 5 Echo Juliet, taxi to stand parking 4 at your discretion. Good day.
Taxi to parking at my discretion, Cessna 905 Echo Juliet. Seeing as this is not a high fidelity airfield, finding out where where parking 4 is would be almost impossible. Actually no, we can do it with LittleNavMap, and I have scanned it fairly recently. So 4 would have been there. So 4th aeroplane along. Okay, let's go do that, just to be nice for a change. So parking lights off. In between these two. So this was stand 4, where the oil patch is from a leaky aeroplane. Okay, so we are down. We can go and shut the engine down. Did you notice I flew the whole flight on low idle? I heard a fantastic argument between some real-world pilots about that, with one of them basically saying that the people he flew for flew on low idle all the time. And it kind of caused a huge, well, not an argument, but a disagreement. It was quite amusing. Fuel boost off. Norm off. Avionics can come off. And then we can turn the fuel cocks off. And yeah, so that was the beep we heard earlier. If you've got the fuel cocks off when the battery is on, it will complain about it. There we go. Hope you enjoyed that. So just hearing the fans spooling down. We can open the doors on this one. And we should find that we can do this one as well. And the ladder. And then we can see it from outside properly for a change. And if I turn the head tracking on as well, we can do away with Microsoft Flight Simulator's propensity to view up in the air and put the airplane at the bottom of the screen. So there we go. We have landed at the end of a longer flight than I planned. I thought it might be 3 hours. It turns out to be about 4.5. But we flew the length of the middle part of Thailand. Now, Thailand extends a long way down this way, look. And I think that might be the next flight we do, is to go along the coast down towards Malaysia. And then from there, we are going to aim basically to head this way, visiting different countries along the way. Might go and loop backwards towards the Philippines, maybe. And then Papua New Guinea, then down the coast of Australia, and then, but maybe only as far as where is this? Hamilton. Yeah, it would be fun to visit Hamilton, and then out across the island, hopping across the sea. Now, I'm aware this is going to be quite boring to watch, so I might do this in jet planes, just to accelerate the flight, do some business jets to get across here. What are the runway lengths like? Yeah, they're fine, look, 8,000 feet. What else have we got? 11,000 feet there, look, on the French Polynesia, Mount Orohena. Oh my word. And obviously, Island City out here, but obviously nothing to see in between them, which makes the live streams a bit boring. But yes, so we could even take off. We could go GA down to Brisbane, get in a 777 and fly straight to South America without going island hopping, which I would think, actually, should we go down to New Zealand just to include it in the route? We could go into Auckland, couldn't we? Or down into Wellington and get a big jet from there and fly the jump over to South America as one big IFR flight rather than island hopping, because I'm just aware that this is just going to be hours of trugging along over the water with nothing to see or do. I mean, obviously the islands in themselves are quite pretty. I don't know, we'll figure it out when we get there. Obviously we've got a long way to go before we get there. Anyway, hope you enjoyed that today. So I doubt anybody will have sat and watched the whole thing, because, you know, it's the sort of thing you would dip into and out of. I'll see you all again soon. Take care.